Call the meeting, the Committee of the Whole meeting to order on November 9th, 2021, 9:30. This is the inaugural Committee of the Whole meeting for the 2021 to 2025 term. And I personally like to take the opportunity to give acknowledgement prior to starting. I'd like to begin the meeting by acknowledging that the Jasper National Park and the Municipality of Jasper are on Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 territories, as well as Métis Region 4. This land is a traditional territory, meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home to the Denizé, Nahiawak, Anishinaabe, Secwepemc, Stoney Nakoda, and Métis. The Municipality of Jasper acknowledges the land of these territories to honor the relationship Indigenous peoples have with this land, to remind us of our responsibility and obligations to this place and to Indigenous people, and to affirm our accountability to address the ongoing impacts of colonialization that continue to affect Indigenous peoples. Thank you. Moving forward to the agenda, item 2 on our agenda is additions to the agenda. Councillors, are there any additions you'd like to add? Councillor Demota.
Considering the amount of information we're going to be receiving today and potentially discussing throughout the meeting, I would like to politely remove, not an add, but remove 7.4 Jasper Day or Jasper Days. That's something that I wanted to bring forward. And considering that I believe other agenda items need the gravity of the discussion, and maybe the priority right now isn't to have that here. And I would like to personally refer that to a future committee of the whole when other committees have met through the community conversations. And once councillors have had that experience, then maybe that's the time to probably bring this forward. So I would like to, if with council's consideration, remove that from today's discussions.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Demota. Councillors, any other additions to the agenda? If not, may I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Melnick, thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? None opposed? So that was additions to agenda. Item 3 is approval of the agenda. I think we just knocked that one off as well. We'll move on to item 4, approval of the minutes. Councillors have the minutes from previous Committee of the Whole on October 12th in front of them. Only a few of us were at that meeting, so I'd like to ask either Councillor Demota, Keller-MP. We'll go with Councillor Keller-MP. Thank you. Any comments on the minutes, or just Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I just wanted to confirm with administration that the paid parking report and the written report from Councillor Butler concerning housing, the report from the chair, are formally attachments to those minutes. I see Mr. Given nodding.
Yes, Your Worship, they are.
So I just had one comment, and if you've already accepted a motion from a councillor to approve the minutes, I would suggest perhaps it might be a friendly amendment that the minutes be approved subject to administration confirming with Councillor Butler whether there is a typo in the last paragraph on the second page of his written report. The word that appears right in the bottom line refers to radicalized Canadians. I am pretty sure that he meant racialized. And because this becomes part of the record, I would like administration to give him the opportunity to in fact confirm that that's just a typographical error and should not be part of the permanent record.
Sure. Thanks, Your Worship. Administration will do that. We'll make sure that the appropriate wording is reflected in the record.
Thank you for your keen eye. Councillor Keller-Empey, do you accept the friendly amendment? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed. All right, moving on to the meat of the meeting today, presentations. We have 5 presentations in front of us. First presentation is from the Jasper Municipal Library Board, item 5.1, and Angie Tom is already ready to go. I think I see. Oh, sorry, Mr. Gibbon, please, before you go ahead.
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Just before the community groups start their presentations, I just wanted to set the context for council. We're entering the 2022 budget discussions. Community groups are here today to be able to provide some information to council about the services that they provide and their requests for the 2022 budget. I think the intention today would be to ask questions of the community groups, understand their services, and ultimately to refer their requests to the 2022 budget discussion that will happen November 22nd and 23rd. So council can consider these requests in context of the overall budget, and then decision-making on the request would happen at that time. So I just wanted to set that context both for the community groups, the public that are watching, and council. And with that, I'll excuse myself and I will turn the floor over back to you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and your presenters.
Thank you for that. Mrs. Tom, I'd like to call on you first. You ready to go?
I am. My board chair appears to be missing. Councillor Melnick, do you know where your wife is? Oh, look, she's here. I was really beginning to panic.
I think it should be the opposite, that my wife is much more astute and will probably be more aware of where I am than where I am aware of where she is. I take it she's now on this?
She is.
All right.
Thank you. I would like to introduce the library board chair, Joyce Melnick, and she will start our presentation right as soon as I share screen. And I'm hoping that you are seeing our presentation.
Okay. Good morning, Deputy Mayor Wilson and Council. We appreciate the opportunity to share what our local library provides and to thank you for your support. Without the support, we would not exist. As the slide indicates, the scope of libraries is broad. For example, in Jasper, the library meets the needs of visitors, tourists, and seasonal workers, as well as providing off-site services to seniors. These are just a few examples. Public libraries in Alberta are governed by the Libraries Act and the Libraries Regulation. The Library Board is a governing board, and under the Libraries Act, is a corporation that has full management and control of the library. The Library Board must also follow legislation such as employment standards, occupational health and safety, FOIP, the Copyright Act, the Human Rights Act, and the Charter of Rights and Freedom. Public library service in Alberta is a municipal service. The municipality does not directly control the library or the Library Board. Library service is managed by the Library Board. As mentioned here, Municipal Council is required to receive the library budget and approve the requested or adjusted municipal appropriation. The library board must provide good leadership. Financial management is required to provide high levels of service with a knowledgeable and capable staff.
Thanks to the grants, I didn't mute myself, right? Thanks to the grants provided by the provincial government and the municipality of Jasper, the Jasper Municipal Library continues to offer services. Without these grants, we would cease to exist. The provincial grant level is linked to the local appropriation. We have received the maximum provincial grant due to the financial support of the municipality of Jasper. Provincial grants are currently based on the 2016 Municipal Affairs population numbers, which has Jasper at 4,584. Jasper has been listed in the top 30 municipalities for the level of funding per capita. These funds assist the library in providing high quality service year-round to not only Jasper residents, but also seasonal staff, visitors, and tourists. The library board supports the municipality's strategic priorities by aligning our plan of service. We also use things such as the municipality's 2019 Culture and Recreation Services and Facilities Review to help identify community needs that we can work with the municipality on. Library boards are legislated to have a plan of service with goals that are created through consultation with our community. Closures and restrictions may continue to challenge us. The current restrictions for libraries are masks, a capacity cap of 1/3 fire code occupancy, physical distancing by household, or with too close contacts if you live alone. This impacts the types of programs and services the library can currently offer. Our knowledgeable and skilled staff have allowed us to offer programs and services in flexible and creative ways as required by the Medical Officer of Health. During this past summer, we were a favorite location for visitors and locals looking for an escape from extreme heat and smoke. The physical distancing and capacity restrictions, the library had to implement a time limit on library visits. While we no longer have a time limit, we do look forward to a time when fewer restrictions exist and we can offer full access during opening hours.
The Jasper Municipal Library Board
Sorry, Ms. Melnick, I think you are muted, or
I think she froze for a moment there.
I think bandwidth is getting eaten up at the Melnick household.
we have good internet.
okay, we can hear you now. We'll carry on.
Yeah. Okay, I'll start over
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah, please, thank you.
The Jasper Municipal Library Board, along with our Director of Library Service, strives to maintain consistent staffing. Library service requires a diverse range of knowledge and skill to continuously learn. Staff are required to build relationships and maintain partnerships with organizations, businesses, and individuals. Staff are required to use these partnerships to fill community needs. Most of our interactions are person to person, by phone, email, or social media. "2020 and 2021 have been challenging years. 2022 will be a year for rebuilding and meeting our plan of service goals. There is a need for reconnecting with the community as we navigate these unprecedented times. Free memberships are a trend around the world for public libraries. Offering free memberships have increased our numbers. As indicated within the attached budget, the goals for 2022 are to keep the library open Tuesday through Saturday while providing future events and programming as presented on the previous slide. A 3-year budget plan is also included that plans for increased hours of operation starting in 2023. In
Unfortunately, your audio went out again, Mrs. Meldick.
seasonal workers, tourists, and visitors. Thank you. And Angie is open to questions.
Joyce, can you read the notes for that last slide? You cut out again.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
In closing, the library has remained a consistent and stable resource during unstable and chaotic times. The continued funding for the municipality of Jasper will be greatly appreciated by not just the Municipal Library Board, but also by the community at large, seasonal workers, tourists, and visitors. Thank you. And Angie is now open for questions.
Thank you very much for that. I'd like to open it up to councillors for questions. Councillor Keller-MP, and then Mr. Melnick.
Thank you, ladies. That was an excellent presentation. I'm just curious, how many staff do you have currently, and how are the levels of staff affected by the pandemic?
Councillor Keller-MP, we currently have 4 staff, including myself. I can't say it was directly related to the pandemic, the original cuts, but you don't need 2 programmers when you can't open your doors. And with current restrictions limiting us by household, it really challenges us to offer programming not as a group. And it's really brought home that this whole building was designed to bring people together and have them as groups. So trying to run a program where everybody's physically distanced isn't possible, and to do it in a comfortable manner. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I actually turned off my video to be able to preserve the bandwidth in the Melnick household, but apparently that wasn't enough for the presentation. But I do have one question on the budget. I see that last year in the capital, there was a $4,000 expense for the photocopier, followed by the next 2 years of 3 and 2. I'm assuming this is a lease to purchase, and that'll become an asset of the library.
Yes, I am going to see if I can't share that document. Excuse me while I switch.
Thank you for that. I just want to reconfirm, because, you know, and moving into future years,
Yes.
expense for a photocopier, I just wanted to reconfirm that that was a strategic decision for the future of the library.
Yes. So sorry for the way my budget displays, and hopefully you're seeing the document there. When we did the 2021 budget, we knew our photocopier was end of life. So we'd originally planned to buy it out completely. Then one of our printers was coming to an end, and it was sort of like, hey, maybe we should rethink this. So what we've decided to go with now is a lease to purchase with a maintenance agreement for one photocopier that's able to do double duty, that we can network, we can use as a printer and a photocopier. So the original budget was, you are correct, framed for an outright purchase. That has now changed to a lease for purchase over 2 years.
Thank you for that.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I have a question for Mrs. Tom, if she could go back to the revenue slide, whatever slide number that was. Thank you. Yes, I believe I heard you say during your presentation that the Alberta government grant is based on a 2016 population number of 4,584. Is that the information that you gave us?
Yes, that is correct. Because libraries are governed by legislation, they, in that legislation, when they do the review, they decide that at that point what population number they're going to be using. With the sunsetting of municipal affairs population number charts, they will be going, we've been given to understand that they will be going to the estimates that come out of Alberta Treasury and Finance. The library's legislation is actually up for review in 2022. And that's when I expect that we'll find out where they're going to be getting their numbers from moving forward.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. I know that at the provincial level, when we look at per capita grants, there seems to be a floating target for our population. And indeed, when they do the calculations with respect to cases on 100,000 for COVID, they're using a much different number than 4,584. And we are in a week's time going to be in Edmonton at AUMA, and they have an opportunity to speak with various provincial representatives. And I will take it upon myself and encourage other councillors to get a more realistic number. It occurs to me, if that population was increased for grant purposes by 600, that would more than offset the 2% increase that you're looking at. And at the rate that you have given, provinces fund libraries at about $5.75 per head, and our municipal grant is over $42 per head. So I think there is some work that we can do together. Finally on this, do you have statistics separating use by residents from use by visitors? And again, another example of an additional cost in Jasper servicing, I think, probably a visitor population that is never accounted for. So are those statistics that you could provide to us at some time, not necessarily today, but at some future time?
I'm going to switch, and I'm hoping you're seeing a graph right now. I can't, this is probably the head count one, is probably the one that would be more applicable to this. Our legislation states that we serve everyone. So we don't interview people as they come in. Our heavy users, of course, we know them by sight. We know that they're long-term residents or even long-term seasonal residents. But the other thing that those resident statistics don't capture is the seasonal staff. So ignoring 2022 and 21, this is what normally happens to us for visitor counts. We see a big bump in when campers, essentially campers. You'll see a variety of, 2017 is our highest. 2018, we know we were affected by smoke. 2019, more smoke and the closure of Whistler Campground. Last year, we don't think about last year. But yeah, this is a pretty standard head count flow, if you will. Even when I can pull up numbers from 2010 to 2015 when we were just in the old building, and it's a very similar pattern. We do serve the visitor population, but can I give you exact numbers? I'm afraid not.
Well, thank you for that. Very much appreciated. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Those are my only questions.
Okay, thank you for that, councillors. Yeah, there we go. I can see everybody now. Any further questions? Councillor Keller-Empey.
Sorry about that. I'm just curious. It's very small amount, but you have rent revenue, 2021 for 150, and then 2023, 24, and 25 for 200. I'm just curious what it is.
That is our meeting room space. Most people who use our meeting rooms, it's free of charge because we don't, any of our building partners, municipality, anybody, a nonprofit, we give the use for free. It's occasionally for-profit businesses are trying to need meeting space out of their workplace, and then we charge.
Thank you, Ms. Tom. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from council, I'd be looking for a motion the committee refer the Jasper Municipal Library Board request for funding to the 2022 budget discussions. Councillor Keller-Empey, thank you for that. You'll make that motion?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I'll call the question.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, you're muted.
My apologies. Was I muted while I called the question? No, we got through the question. There was none opposed. Well, thank you, Mrs. Tom and Mrs. Melnick. I really appreciate you presenting to us today. And we look forward to further discussion with you in the future.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so moving right along to item 5.2. This presentation is going to be the Jasper Historical Society, and I believe Mr. Herb Robinson is presenting. I'm sure he'll have a couple other assistants, maybe. Let's see. Herb, are you there? There you are. Hand it over to you.
Good morning. Thanks so much for giving us the opportunity today to speak with you. It's my honor to represent as president of the Jasper Historical Society, the members of our society. And I will point out, seeing as there's a precedent been set, that there are two Kathleen Waxers on your screen, you may notice. Our vice president has been elevated as a panelist, Warren, in the event that we have some technical difficulties and we get booted from the screen or have audio difficulties, etc. So I just want to make that point. You may or may not be aware, but our society kind of began in 1963. We became incorporated in 1977. And of course, Warren, as vice president, represents some membership as well. And I did want to introduce the fellow with me right now and publicly thank him for his efforts on our behalf. Suitably distant in COVID times. This is our museum manager, general manager, Rob Gubick. And this is a public shout out to him for all his work on our behalf, and much of the success you may hear about during this presentation is attributed to him and his staff. I will pull up the slide presentation here, and hopefully we will have that work properly. I assume you're seeing our slide at this point.
Not just yet, but have you tried to do a screen share?
Maybe I've missed the screen share. I mean, there is a slide that you're going to see in a bit that's going to illustrate how we've actually been pretty successful in even working through through COVID times. All right, this probably will work a little bit better, but I'm not illustrating much facility there with my current effort right now, but give me a moment. Here we go. And what I'm hoping you will be seeing is just the slide and
Yeah, so, yeah, there you go. You're online.
but you're probably seeing my notes here as well, are you?
Yeah, we see the slides on the left-hand side that are coming up, as well as the main slide.
Okay, I'm going to try it. Oh, here we go. Let's see about this. We may be experiencing a bit of bandwidth issues as well, even though we're not in the Melnick house. How is this?
Yeah, I think that's going to work for us. Councillors?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks good to me.
Herb, you may, or sorry, Mr. Robinson, I think you have frozen. We'll just give him a few moments. If you can't hear us, Mr. Robinson, we cannot hear or see you move. Oh. All right, it's all up to you, Mr. Waxer. Just, so anyway, we've lost Herb for now, and
Well,
screen share has dropped.
Yeah, I'm only 2 blocks away from the Melnick house, and I think it's starting to sap my bandwidth too, to be honest with you. Okay, let's see.
So if you didn't notice, I turned off my video to preserve some bandwidth at this end of the world.
Okay. I'm having problems getting the sharing. Hold on. It should be in my files. For some reason it isn't. Well, that's a little embarrassing.
We could swap around if you guys are willing to take a back seat. We could, if oh well, Herb's back on. Yeah, suggestions. If we could give you a few moments, we could move to the next item and then circle back to you guys. Councillor Demota.
Well, I was just going to suggest if they have it in front of them and we have it in front of us, and the people have the agendas on whatever they're viewing, they could just go through it as they talk us through it, because we essentially have the slide presentation in front of us. So if that needs to be the option, I was just suggesting that.
Yeah, for sure. Again, yes, the agenda is available to all the public, and we do. Mr. Waxer and Mr. Robinson, we do have the slides. I think everybody has the slides in front of them as well. So if you could talk us through and tell us what slide you're on, and we can carry on that way, just so the screen share doesn't drop on us. Does that work for you guys?
Can you hear me right at the moment?
We can, yeah.
Let's see if I can go back to my screen share here. Try this again. I'm surprised we're doing this by Zoom, actually. I was all dressed up thinking at one point we wouldn't do Zoom.
Let's just do it from here.
All right, are you seeing my screen?
Yeah, we're good to go.
All right, apologies for that. Couple of items for you. We have tried to have some kind of an organization to our presentation today. We have appreciated your support in the past, and we would anticipate your assistance this year back to our sort of restored support that we enjoyed before COVID, to allow us to tell our collective stories, support us as a community asset, continue to develop our museum and archives, putting us on the path to greater sustainability. Some of these slides have been used in the past, and I thought that they were quite useful, though. A repeat slide, especially with the new council. We felt it was highly appropriate, perhaps to remind council of some synergies we have. This is the Jasper Town Sustainability Plan vision statement. Congratulations, by the way, to new councillors and those that are re-elected. Probably feeling a little overwhelmed with all the information you're receiving. And of course, I'm feeling pretty overwhelmed right now too, with the technological challenges we have. We're quite familiar with this overwhelming feeling, trying to ensure that our organization remains sustainable and viable for the long run. This is just a reminder, perhaps, if there are taxpayers that might resist the idea of supporting the community asset and the treasure that we feel our museum and archives is. Here's where we overlap with the vision statement. We feel, you know, what we provide to our community, and why your support is requested. Our organization helps fulfill some collective goals. And of course, we've been around for quite a long time, as I kind of implied earlier on. And so we've spent many thousands of dollars over the last decades shopping locally, paying wages. And of course, we're also a pretty valuable attraction that draws visitors to Jasper as well. So we believe our museum and archives is not only a community asset, it's also a community treasure. Wanted to kind of use this slide as a shout out to a success and a challenge, I guess. It kind of illustrates a shout out to a public shout out to a special group of people. This is our board of directors. As you can see, kind of a composite of individuals that were elected at our last annual general meeting. And of course, the challenge of it relates to our dealing with COVID. The success, of course, is that it illustrates one of our strongest assets, the members of our society and our volunteers. We've actually had 2 virtual annual general meetings, this one and the one before. We've probably had 40 virtual meetings over the course of COVID. We've recorded 28 of them, so we hope to put those in our own archives at some point. It also underscores and really emphasizes, I guess, the new virtual world that we've all experienced these days. In that some of our video attractions like Bears in the Alley and the Curly Phillips story that we shared in our coffee hours, we'd like to try to present to the public just locally and elsewhere through virtual means, which is part of the reason for our request for support, so we can kind of follow up on that initiative a little bit. Our AGM this year, for example, saw some participation from some members who live in Florida. And in fact, 2 of the folks you're looking at on your screen there now have joined our board from outside of Jasper. One of them doesn't live in Jasper, but is regularly attending meetings virtually. We have a meeting this evening, which will be both in person and virtual. I want to mention this, it's been mentioned before. One of the activities that we carry on as an accredited museum is, of course, accessioning the treasures of Jasper. This slide references the size of our collection and the fact that we have a huge backlog and very little staff that can, effectively accession these items. We have several hundred fawns as well, which represent collections that families donate to us. This is one thing that COVID did assist us with. Karen was able to do a great deal of work getting caught up with our collection. Of course, we don't get much money from the collection, but we can't be a very effective museum and archives if we don't perform this function. The next slide kind of illustrates just what was accessioned in the month of September. And we've used similar slides before. These are what have been accessioned into the collection. They're now going into our very crowded basement. And as you can tell, many members of our local community are very active in providing some of their treasures to us. And of course, it costs us to take this into account. And yet, unless we're able to display much of it, which we like to try to do, it doesn't generate any income for us. One of the reasons we attached to your package, and I realize it was a pretty large one, are March newsletters. If you took a look at that, it gives you a very good impression and understanding of what's actually involved in officially accessioning artifacts to a museum and archives. And every museum and archives in the province would undertake the same kind of a process. And in fact, what you're seeing are just the items that were accessioned. There's probably as many that were not included in our collection, so we have to turn them away and give them back to those that wanted to donate them. These are a couple of our successes over the last couple of years. And again, I did give a shout out to Rob and his staff. We have generated some summer camps this year, even with the COVID protocols. There's a slide coming up in a moment that shows some illustration and a picture of some of the kids. We have had a lot of accolades about parents taking advantage of this program. It's the sort of thing we would like to try to do more of, to access or present our offering to the community in a wider scope. We've had several exhibits, even with the COVID in place. The 100th anniversary of the Leakage of the Artist Colonies, you can see a couple of art shows. The Festival of Trees has been an ongoing fundraiser that we've been successful in doing. And if you recall last year, and we'll be repeating it this year, we actually used an online auction format to do this. And it was so successful that we're aware that several other community organizations have kind of copied that format in town. And you can read the rest of the items there that illustrate some of our successes over the past couple of years. Here's some images of the summer camps, a few of the places that the children were taken by our staff to try to present or offer that as a service to our community. Try to connect our youth with our culture and our history and provide a service, I think, that was well received by the families that took advantage of it. And we're looking forward, of course, to doing this again. One of the big items that we undertook this year, and you're probably aware of it from a past presentation, was we did ask for some extra assistance in funding the Hatley project, and we went into our reserves to do it instead. Now, I don't expect that you're going to be able to read much of the fine print here, but it kind of lends itself to our credibility and our professionalism, I would suggest, and that we're looking at ways to streamline our organization and operate it more effectively. And this is even an idea of the format that the consultants took. It included several workshops that involved our staff and our board and some volunteers over a fairly lengthy process that did produce some results that we're attempting to implement as part of our progress going forward. Now, we originally reached out to the Hatley Group because of our interest in moving on our empty lot, which of course has been part of our society for quite some time and causes a little frustration that we haven't been very effective in taking advantage of that resource. As it happens, in October of 2019, we engaged these folks for about $20,000, and we went into our reserves to fund it, feeling it was important to do. We were delivered the final report in May or April of this year, and we've had it for several months, attempting to utilize elements of it and implement the elements that we feel will help move us forward. This next slide is giving you an example of one of the workshops that we did. Obviously, you're not going to be able to see too much of what's going on there, but you'll notice that Noreen, the visiting lobster, is there, and Rob was the visiting turtle. And we were trying to brainstorm about the areas that we could really tap into to help make us more effective and become more sustainable as we go along. So here's a part of what we were delivered. 3 items, 128-page final report. I think we ended up with, a 25-page business plan and a governance policy manual of 40 pages or so. So it's been quite a challenge to go through it all and try to take a look at what can inform our governance program, our governance operation a little bit better. The little area on the left there is suggesting a pretty ambitious timeline on the part of the Hatley Group. They give us kind of a 3-year program where 2021 was going to be a transition for capacity, 2022 is going to be some funding for planning, and 2023 was going to be our big capital campaign, which will then allow us to make a movement on our empty lot. As a board, I think we're taking a look at the recommendations. Probably the timeline is going to be extended a little bit more. We're already at the end of 2021, and so that kind of speaks for itself. One of the things that we did as a part of that process was we surveyed our membership and our community to get some ideas about both the empty lot, but also our own operations. So you probably can see this a bit better in your package, but as Rob points out, it's pretty important information. It gives us some idea about what people are looking for when they're coming to a community to visit a museum and archives. It's giving us ideas of what sort of programming we should try to promote for our public as well as our own membership. So it's a wealth of information, and we feel that it's going to really assist us in moving forward with a little bit of extra cash in our pocket from supporters like yourselves. Perhaps we can move quicker rather than slower on some of these initiatives. And just by way of an illustration of how we're going to try to approach our first year, well, this slide kind of illustrates some of the items that we have adopted as of this point in time. Several of the priorities that they've mentioned, we've modified our vision and mission statement and adopted some best practices in terms of governance to try and make our organization a bit more effective. And of course, you'll have a chance to ask any questions for clarity on some of these items in a couple of minutes. This slide is illustrating one of the things that we also adopted, and again, not expecting you to read the small print, but we're highlighting the 3 categories on the left-hand side, which are the 3 priorities that the project presented for us. Financial stability being over the next 3 years to try to attain some financial stability, to try and improve our community connections. And then, of course, ultimately, the original reason for reaching out to the Hatley Group to effectively use our empty lot. And just by way of conclusion, a couple of items related to the next couple of years here. The graphic on the right-hand side is actually provided by Hatley as well, illustrating the types of target audiences that we might try to tap into to improve our financial stability. The Alberta and rubber tire tourists, the local community, the programming, our Eastern Canadian and international tourists. And of course, there's that group of people that will come and see a museum and archives just for that purpose itself, the culture, history, and nature learners and creators. What we're looking at focusing on in these terms are the following. We have decided as a board that we're probably going to look at one of our greatest assets as a way of transitioning our own capacity. Right now, we do have a membership of about 240, and I know my speaking notes, which I can't see right now, made reference to suggesting a show of hands, please. How many of you folks are members of your local historical society and supporters of your museum and archives? I won't put you on the spot there, but I would ask that you might give that some consideration. We feel that this is an area that we might want to focus on over the next little while And on our agenda this evening, one of our items is to actually look at some steps we can take to both increase our membership for the funding that also, people that pay a membership fee are contributing to our resources in terms of finances. With a population of 5,000 people, it would be nice to have 1,000 members. Of course, we also find that we're able to reach out to visitors. We have people coming into our museum and archives that are buying memberships. And as I mentioned, we currently have members living in Florida. When we look at our membership list, it includes mostly Jasper and Alberta, but also British Columbia, Quebec, Yukon territories, and Ontario. And we feel that that's an area that we should really focus on as not only for extra funding, but to tap into that very, very important resource, human resources. So that's one of our first goals, to try to transition to capacity. Another item would be to develop some priorities along those lines, priorities for donations, bequests, and sponsorships. We've been alerted through the Alberta Museums Association about a program, I think it's called specifically, it's a donation program that stabilized program is what it's called, where the Alberta government will match donations. It goes until March of 2022. I know of at least 2 members in our society that are looking at accessing that program. It's a minimum of $25,000 up to a maximum of $100,000. And some of you folks that are flush on council that may consider not just joining us as a member, but perhaps have some extra cash sitting around. If you were to hit that $25,000 mark, the provincial government through its tax base will double that. So we're hoping to try to focus on that as an initiative in the short term as well. It does end in March. And as I say, we have 2 society members that are considering hitting that $25,000 mark at least, which would bring, a little bit of a chunk of money to help us in our programming in the near term. We'd like to invest in technology to allow for access and programming for the identified customer segments that we've identified to the right here. And of course, we'd also like to enhance what we can offer in our museum and archives in terms of audiovisual presentations and/or access to our permanent display. There's lots of technology out there now, and in the Zoom environment that we've all experienced, that seems to be a trend where people are tapping into the virtual world, and we would like to explore that. And that's one thing we would like to use the additional funding to try and support. A program we'd like to try and develop is an oral history program for some of our seniors and not so seniors, some of the builders of our community. We've had a program in the past. We think we can transition that to an audiovisual oral history program, and we would like to acquire the technology to do that. And there's the last bit there. We also have an interest in exploring a 60th anniversary reunion for the community, kind of in conjunction with our 2023 anniversary. I mentioned at the beginning, that'd be our 60th anniversary as a society. There has been some suggestion from some of our out-of-town members that this could be a really good event to try to promote, especially as we come out of COVID. And that's on our agenda this evening as well. And hopefully you'll see more about this in the near future as we reach out to look for partners to try to make this happen for our community. And we feel there's some ways that we can tap into it to assist us in our longer term sustainability if we try to present something like this on a biannual basis. Lots of ideas at the board level. The community planning for community connections elements that we're trying to work on in the near term. We do have an active communication and messaging committee. On the agenda again tonight is a request for proposal to send out to some web companies to actively pursue a redeveloped website, to tie it in with a point of sales integration to help us manage our inventory and tap into the online commerce world, which we don't do a very effective job of right now. So this is a priority for us that we hope to work on right away. We would like to enhance our coffee hours and historical outings. If we can improve our membership, double it, triple it, we would like to be able to offer this as a perk to our members and also as a good add-on for the community and our visitors as well. And perhaps that virtual component will assist us in reaching out to members that don't live in Jasper. We had a coffee hour a month or so ago. Brenda Guile did an excellent job from out of town, telling the people in attendance, both virtual and in person, about her family's tea house up at Edith Cavell and the Lake Edith cabins as well. So that's obviously a world that we would like to develop a little bit further. And we do have a lot initiative committee that's actively pursuing storytelling and programming for the lot until we get to the point where we might develop that in some permanent way. We're trying to utilize it beginning next summer for some storytelling and hopefully focusing on an Indigenous component. We've actually been in discussion with a few members of that community recently. The image that's on the screen now, of course, references the Kokum statue that we were very proud to have in our garden in front. A few years ago, that was an initiative that we developed. And the other one that we're looking at right now is perhaps the acquisition of the Sherman Wildlife Collection that's currently housed at the Whistler's Hotel. Apparently that collection needs to move. We have a specialist coming to visit us tomorrow that's going to visit us take a look at the collection and give us some advice about the storage issues and whether it's something we should take on. And that, of course, will not be an inexpensive undertaking for us, but it's one that we're very excited about because the Sherman family would like to keep the collection in Jasper, and I think that most Jasperites would like to see it stay here as well. And it would seem to be the sort of addition to our operation that would be a great thing to follow through with. And getting close to the end here, the third item that is in our strategic plan as a priority is the use of the vacant lot. And as you'll notice, the graphic to the far right, one of the things we asked the community and our members about was what should we do with the empty lot? And that graphic kind of gives you the results of that survey. There seems to be a consensus to redevelop a museum archives on that lot and perhaps combining with some housing of some sort, perhaps, which is obviously in great need in our community. At the board level, we chuckle a little bit about the possibility of connecting a new museum and archives with perhaps an apartment building. So some folks like ourselves that have houses that were maybe, we don't have large families anymore, perhaps we want to downsize, perhaps we end up with an apartment on the empty lot, or when we develop a new museum and archives and tear down the existing one, build a housing item, an apartment building, we might call the thing the archives. And folks like some of our senior museum society members can take on some living space there and free up their houses for younger families. So the capital campaign that we hope to work on, of course, is going to involve revisiting our accounting categories, trying to have targeted donations to perhaps help support our empty lot. This lot initiative committee is looking at developing some revenue with this lot next summer. And of course, this will include revisiting rezoning and community land use options to ensure we know what the current possibilities are. It looks like lots of things are happening in our community. Parks appears to be lightening up a little bit on some of their restrictive policies of the past. So I think maybe the sky is the limit and all it takes is a little thinking outside of the box. And perhaps Historical Society can be a part of that with your continued support. Very quickly, the following slides are illustrating a couple of successes. Angie mentioned with the library board how COVID and fires, etc., really impacted our visitation. We'd like to highlight the fact that we, through our manager, was being pretty successful in turning things very positively up until the COVID hit us in terms of our visitation steadily rising. And we feel a redeveloped website is certainly going to enhance visitation and the product that we have to offer. This graphic illustrates the issue that we had as well, where as of 2016, we're beginning to really look positive in terms of our revenue and expenses. But with COVID coming, obviously revenue has really plummeted quite a bit. So we're looking forward to getting on the positive side of things again. Now, this is a very positive addition to that last slide. If you've looked at our financial statements, you'll notice that we have a little bit of money in the bank. The black line really jumped forward on this slide because it's now adding in all of the COVID government support that we're able to access. Angie was asked about how many library staff were employed during the last 18 to 20 months. We're very proud of the fact that we managed to keep full employment, and very pleased with the efforts of our manager, who's managed to access CERB and CEWS, et cetera, which of course makes it look like we're very flush for the 2020 and third quarter of 2021 because of the fact we were able to access those funding. It also reflects 3 major donations that we had last year from 3 separate society members, a donation of $47,000, which we used to upgrade our meeting room, a donation of $10,000 from another member just because they knew we needed help, and a donation of about $13,000 from a third member who donated it to assist us in bringing our elevator back into service. So if you subtracted those 3 donations and the CERB and the CEWS, you would have seen that graphic that I showed previously shows that we're experiencing the same difficulty most organizations are as a result of COVID. But the trend until then, as you can see, was very positive, where revenue was beginning to outstrip resources, was beginning to outstrip expenses, and we are looking forward to getting to that positive route again. This is another example of our manager and our professionalism, I suppose, and how your investment would be well looked after. From back in the 2013 era, when we had a huge inventory and sales of a certain level, inventory were much, much better controlled in the 2017 to COVID days. And then, of course, COVID smacking us a little bit with our profit declining to the extent that it has. Hopefully 2021 and further, that's going to turn around in hopefully rapid fashion. And we hope your support would assist us in making that happen. Okay, here's what our immediate plans are. Just to make it fairly quickly, I think we're at the point now where I would like to offer our manager the opportunity to add anything to the presentation and or be on hand to answer any questions. So thank you for your patience with my technological problems, and hopefully I haven't gone over time. Thanks again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Robinson. You have gone over a little bit of time, but I don't want to cut the question short. So we should probably jump to questions from councillors and carry on this conversation. Councillors, any questions for either Mr. Robinson, or any of the individuals representing the museum? Sir, could you unshare the screen? There we go. Thank you. Councillors, questions? Right. Well, you're off the Councillor. Well, let's go, Councillor Melnick, and then Councillor Demota. Always takes a few seconds for people to drum up questions for the presenters. So go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I was intrigued at the Sherman Wildlife Collection initiative and where that might be. Is that imminent? Is it going to be very current, or is this just in the discovery stages of having that moved? It's a great collection. It would be a shame to lose in the community.
Yeah, that's good question, Ralph. Mr. Sherman approached us because he is in a situation of having to move the collection and is exploring where he might do so. Thought of us kind of as a no-brainer, I suppose, for a repository. And we've since been trying to actively explore whether that's a viable thing for us to do or not. One of the issues for us, of course, is, as you may be aware, we're very crowded at our museum and archives. We don't have the space to actually house the collection right now. So it would require us having to store it perhaps for a few years. Now, as it turns out, in my discussions with the Lethbridge College, there may be options to have a long-term loan perhaps for the collection while we find a spot for it to actually display it. You know, the idea of renovating or building a new museum and archives on our empty lot. If we were to do that and have success with the collection, we would design to build a display area for it. So it's preliminary in that sense, though I think there is kind of a timetable where the Mr. Sherman is working under, that he's in a situation where he needs to move the collection.
Thank you. Councillor Demona.
Well, I was kind of hoping more people would have questions right off the bat. You know, I want to make reference to a few times where past councils have gone to the province asking for different tools so that we can help fund ourselves in different ways. And many times, you know, ministers have asked us, well, what are you doing to maximize, you know, your opportunity for revenue? And, you know, I see that there's some great detail in here put towards many things, but I always go back to the lot and the empty lot. And it's, you know, even before I got on council and even before we were incorporated, there's always been kind of a debate or you know, why aren't they moving on that? You know, there's a huge potential there to really maximize revenue. And, you know, a lot of these initiatives that you had and maybe these challenges could be taken care of if there was something that was driving revenue on a bigger scale for the museum and the society. So I was just, what's really holding, you know, the board back from moving in a direction, I guess?
Excellent question, Rico. I think part of it has to do with we're a volunteer board, and it's just difficult to herd cats sometimes. And of course, that was one of the initiatives for us to reach out to the Hatley Group. And it turned out that the project expanded into looking at our governance, et cetera, more than just the lot. But I feel that the project itself has been a real boon for us in that it's forced us to really confront questions just like you're raising. And in fact, the committee I referenced is an active one that we're hoping will see something happening on that lot this summer. And in fact, like I mentioned, it's on our agenda this evening as well for consideration. I mean, we've talked about a marijuana grow up there, you know, sort of half in jest in the past, a gated RV storage area. Your frustration or I sense the frustration in your question. I share. There's not much land going around in Jasper, and we have this great asset, and the board is very keen on trying to move on it. So hopefully when we speak again, Rico will have something way more concrete so that you don't have to ask that question ever again.
If I may finish on that, I appreciate that. And if there is if there's some appeared frustration. I don't mean it to be that way, because I recognize the importance of the museum and the society, and I just want to help it grow to be sustainable and not impede it. And if I'm always trying to think outside the box, and I know that I'm not on the board, but if there's anything that we can do to help and encourage, I want to be there to do that. So just to let you know.
Well, thank you. One of the Hatley group did speak with the Housing Corporation, I believe, as part of their research, and in our final report, there was reference to moving on consulting with groups like that. So.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Thank you, Mr. Robinson, for the presentation. Just as way of introduction, it's been really enjoyable to sit as council's representative on the museum board for the last couple of years. It really is a hard-working board, and I know the challenges of that Hatley presentation. There is some really good information in there, but all of it relies on capacity, and there is capacity obviously from membership, but the real capacity is the commitment of the board members. So Mr. Robinson and Mr. Waxer today representing a range of individuals on that board who work diligently and really hard. So I appreciate that. Mr. Robinson, I just wanted to make sure that I understand the ask here today. I won't ask that you go back to sharing screen, but for councillors, if you look at page 68 of our electronic agenda, there's a 2022 Jasper Yellowhead Historical Society budget. And the line item for government grants shows $49,000 from the municipality. So I assume that I can read into that that is the request this year that council returned to the previous funding letter. So I would ask that you confirm that, Mr. Robinson, and then while you're at it, if you could also perhaps give a brief explanation to councillors and to those members of the public who are watching how the contracted services Parks Canada fits into the equation. There will be some who are familiar with the fact that not too many years ago, under the government grants was a line item for a federal grant from Parks Canada that now has transitioned to contracted services under the income line, which I think is a very relevant distinction that might benefit from a brief explanation. If you could do that for us, Mr. Robinson. And those are my two questions. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ireland. You're absolutely right. I thought I'd mention it at the beginning, but in my fluster with technology, it is a request for renewal of the grant for $29,000. Sorry, $49,000. We did tussle a little bit, as you're aware. I think the previous year we asked for double, and the year before for 65, and the board felt, especially the town is also suffering from COVID-related resource issues, that it would be probably imprudent, probably not correct to ask for more than what we've been lucky to have received in a regular fashion in past years. So the board made a motion to request the $49,000 for this year. So that I confirm that for you. In terms of the federal grant, the reason for that change is that we've been told very clearly that the federal government is not in the business of providing grants. So we've moved that line item out of government grants into contracted services, which is how they view the arrangement that we have with them, that we are contracting with them to do two things: to be the custodian of the Parks Canada collection, and there's an arrangement with them that allows them access to their collection for research purposes, etc. But it's also housed in our building, and then we take care of it. And then there's also a shared how would you put it, a display fund, I suppose, where mutual events are developed by our staff and Parks Canada. For example, the display about the development of Whistler Campground that we had in our museum was partially funded through the federal government money. So I think it's about $15,000, if I'm not mistaken, Rob.
10.5.
10,005 for the display part?
Yeah.
10.5 for the display, and it's
About 7,000 for the
7,000 for the custodial relationship. So I hope that answers your question.
It does indeed. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, I guess I'll ask Councillor, are there any further questions from the museum board? Councillor Melnick?
I sense there's no further questions. I see I've lost my poppy. I would like to move that we refer to committee the museum Jasper Yellowhead Historical Society request of $49,000 to be included in our budget discussions on November 22nd, 23rd. And I hope that's clear for administration.
I think that's clear. The budget discussions may be more than just the 22nd or 22nd, 23rd. So maybe just budget discussions in general for the 2022 budget. Does that work for you? And everybody understands the question? Is there any, would anybody like to speak to the question? Well, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Well, appreciate your attendance, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Waxer, and Mr. Huber. Yeah, got it. Okay, sorry, I didn't have it in front of me. My apologies. Yeah, thank you very much for coming, and we really enjoy seeing you and chatting with you about what you've been up to every year.
Thanks, thanks very much for having us.
Thank you. Okay, so if there's nothing further regarding the Jasper Historical Society, we'll move on to presentation 5.3 from the Jasper Artists Guild.
Good morning. Hi, Christina here.
Christina Martin. Yes.
Hello.
Thank you.
I will share my screen if that works for you guys.
Yes, please.
It's not working for me, but. Are you seeing it? That works for you?
Yeah, that's perfect.
perfect. Thank you. Hi, Christina Martin here from the Jasper Artists Guild. Thank you very, very kindly for this opportunity to present to you all today. And yeah, I'm the president of the Guild and very happy to be here. Thank you kindly. This year, we would like to just give an overview and a request of about $9,577, which is down about 5% from last year. Specifically, we're asking for funding support of $2,350, a monetary amount, and a rent decrease of about $72.27. So the funding support is down about 41% from what we received last year in terms of sort of a cash payment for our initiatives. And the rent decrease is up about 15% from last year, what we asked for to help alleviate our biggest ongoing costs for the Jasper Art Gallery. Talk a bit more about those further in. Our monetary support, if we received it, would be used primarily for marketing and promotion, and also to increase our membership pool. And our rent decrease, if enabled, would be allow us to alleviate our biggest expense that we have going on an ongoing basis, especially during COVID times. That's very helpful to have that diminished for us. The Jasper Artists Guild was formed back in 2001 by a group of local artists who wanted to promote visual fine arts in the community. We've had numerous exhibition locations throughout the community over the years, including the Brushfire Gallery at the Old Fire Hall, moved into our new location in 2016 into the beautiful current Jasper Art Gallery, which we love and appreciate very much. It's such a nice display space. And some of our members have been with JAG for over 20 years. We still have a lot of the founding members, which is very impressive and very special. We hold a lot of valuable knowledge with them that they've been able to carry forth over the years and share with us. Very valuable. Lots of super talented artists that are appreciated by visitors from around the world. A lot of diversity, focus on the mountains often, but very, very talented group of people. Our mandate is to raise awareness of the visual fine arts in Canada, Jasper, Canada, by supporting the development of an artistic community. Hopefully the funding, if we are able to receive it from the municipality, will help us develop our marketing and promotional materials, and also work with local recruitment specialists to increase our membership pool and better engage community artists in the programs and initiatives that we run. Our current board of directors includes myself. I joined in early 2019 as the president in the fall. We have Luke Wick. He's been with the club since 2016. He's been both the president and the vice president in the past. Our secretary, Greg Deagle, is one of the founding members, joined in 2001. He's also held positions as president and vice president in the past. So both of those super valuable, knowledgeable persons to have on the executive. And this year we're also joined by a new treasurer, Andrew Godself, who's been part of JAG since 2013 and is also currently the president of the Hinton Art Club. It's a very, very competent team that we have here. We work very well together for all of JAG's initiatives to move it forward. And yeah, very exciting to work with these very talented people. We have about 20 additional members, and it's completely, JAG is a completely voluntary run organization. Over the past year, from October 2020 through September 2021, we volunteered over 1,000 hours of our time just to help the gallery and society run, which is up over 25% from the previous year, which is super impressive considering how often our closures were. So yeah, big kudos to all the members for all the time they've put in to help JAG function. They work as gallery and exhibition attendants, adjudicators and curators, very important, communications, marketing, and promotion coordinators. That includes our online presence as well as our physical presence in the community. We have membership coordinators to welcome new members and orient them to the space, right orientation. And we have a studio artist program downstairs. We have a coordinator for those guys to help manage their spaces and collect rent and just do their programming. And we also have in-house janitorial service providers who work on the health and safety of the indoor space on top of what the municipality is able to provide for the cultural center as well. Very important for the past year in particular. Our activities over the last year have included our regular exhibitions. We've also had feature artists every month, which is super fun. The main display space in the gallery is designated for an individual artist on a monthly basis, and they get to showcase a collection of their works. We also have external venue exhibitions. We partnered up with Wafflada Restaurant in the community there on Knot and had a lengthy display there, which was very successful. We also had one of our members, Greg Deagle, displaying at the Elk Village restaurant at the Jasper House Bungalows. That was exciting. We also worked with the Jasper Legion last November to have an external display there for a few days called This Canada. And that was a joint fundraiser for both JAG and the Legion. That was a lot of fun, very successful. In terms of community engagement, we have Carly regularly hosting community painting classes, whether they're in the community physically, but she's also done some online as appropriate, depending on the closures at the time. Those have been a lot of fun and very well received by the community. And we have, our studio artists have been working in the lower gallery for about a year now. Very successful program. People love coming into the gallery space and going downstairs and interacting with the artists while they're working in that space. We also worked with the Hinton Art Club to develop what we call the Spring Artist Swap, whereby about 30 pieces of work from JAG members went over to Hinton and were displayed in the Performing Arts Theatre over there. And they had about 30 odd pieces come from the Hinton Art Club over to Jasper, and we hung them up in our display space in the Wafflada restaurant. And that was a really cool cross-promotion opportunity for both our guild and their art club, and just enabled local artists from different communities to have increased exposure of their work. and their talents. There's one of our feature artists, hard at work. This is Jennifer Ottaway. She also participated in Culture Days this year in the park, in Robson Park there, doing a reading from a book that she illustrated for a local author. It was really cool that she had sort of a live demonstration in the gallery, because again, people really appreciate seeing art in action, especially the kids. In terms of our ask for the municipality for this 2020 coming year, just know that we did realize an increase of $12,050.95 for the past year, from October last year to September this year. We had been going downhill quite steadily for the years prior to that, so it was really exciting to be able to realize this net income, especially in these challenging times. And hugely in thanks to the municipality of Jasper for your contributions last year, both in terms of the cash donation to our causes and in terms of supporting a rent relief throughout the year. Been very much appreciated, and we're very, very tickled to be on the upward trajectory of financial awesomeness. General revenues include art sales from both gallery and special events. We do get a couple of grants, donations at the door, and our studio artist rents are a good new source of income. We have also, through that, over 1,000 hours of our volunteer time, contributed ourselves over $17,000 worth of manned hours in the gallery and elsewhere in our different programming initiatives. The actual ask for financial contributions is for $2,350. We would like to use that for specifically marketing and promotional materials to support our different mandates objectives, and also the procurement of a specialist who can advise us on recruitment policies to increase our membership body, which we're really keen to do. We've been sitting at 20 odd members for the past several years, and it's hard. It does, you get volunteer burnout from us trying to man the gallery all the time and keep it open as often as possible, so that as many people within the community can come and visit and partake in our programming. So the more members we have, the more successful we believe we can be at increasing all of our different programs and successes and achieving, holding our mandate. So $2,350 would involve a lot of printing costs for promotion and marketing, not just for posters, but for pamphlets as well, and business cards and different materials, signage for the gallery, stuff like that. Membership recruitment, we'd like to work with some sort of local specialist, maybe Tony Carlton from his business management expertise, or a referral to some other sort of local specialist who can just help us understand how to recruit new membership. We had a staff this year who did develop a recruitment plan for JAG. So learn how best to sort of implement her suggestions or other professional suggestions that are made to just increase our membership and increase our associated successes over time. Through the physical funding that we received last year from you guys, we were able to do quite a bit of promotional materials. On the right and left there are some design ideas for our new sandwich boards that we're going to have sticking around town. Very excited about that. We had 4 different artists with 4 different images win that sort of in-house competition for sandwich board designs. Very exciting. Those should be up in the next month or 2. We are also requesting a little over $7,000 worth of rental relief from the municipality, form of in-kind donation from you. We'd like to knock our rent down, if possible, to $1,000 a month in rent. That would be a cost to you guys of about $7,000 a year, but it would save us a heck of a lot of money, and would be very appreciative to just alleviate our biggest ongoing cost over time. On average, our rental cost is between 55 and 80% of our overall costs in the months that we were fully open over the last year, that we can kind of compare those statistics for. There's a little breakdown of it. Average of 66% of our ongoing costs are towards rent. Just a little footnote there, we didn't include our staff costs in our total expenses for July and August, because we do receive grant money for that. So those aren't an ongoing cost that we have to share over time. And all the following pages are just breakdowns of our profit and loss statements for months from last October through to this September. They've been very up and down over the months. If you have any specific questions on them, I'm happy to try and address them. But the overall shining glory of it all is that we are sitting at about $30,000, which is up, yeah, about that 12,000, up about $12,000 from the previous year. So a successful year for JAG, and we're very, very grateful to the municipality for your contributions to enable us to be ahead of the game a little bit. And we just very much like to work towards continuing that trajectory and just realize financial stability over time so that we don't have to make these asks in the future. And we can just consider ourselves super secure and financially stable. So as a wrap up, just requesting under $10,000, which is down about 5% from our request for last year, to support our ongoing initiatives and in-house stability. We would like to continue operating as a cornerstone feature of the community's cultural center, fulfill our mandate of promoting visual fine arts in our community, regionally as well, and work towards our financial stability so that we can be increasingly successful over time. Thank you for your support for last year, and thank you for your considerations for this year. We sincerely appreciate it, very sincerely. And there you go, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Martin. I guess we'll open it up to council for any questions. Actually, could you please cancel your screen share just so I can see all of the council members?
I can try.
I can see some councillors. Questions, comments? Let's see.
I'm sorry.
I'll throw it in there. I would just like to ask, do you know offhand how many square feet JAG operates out of? I guess first and second floor. And a follow-up question would be, have you guys thought about or discussed consolidation to either one floor or the other as to, you know, that could be another option as for rent reduction?
Interesting. No, we haven't. Okay, first part, I do not know offhand what our square footage there is up and down. Second part, both spaces are quite valuable and necessary for us. We have our storage closet downstairs where we house artwork that's not currently on display, and as well as our office for doing all our financial and just office work over time. So it would be hard to let go of that downstairs space. And of course, the upstairs space is our primary exhibition space that's immediately frequented by anybody who comes into the building and through the front doors there. Interesting question. Definitely something we could think about how it could look on the ground, but my initial reaction is that both the upper and lower levels of the gallery are quite essential for our function.
Yeah, understandable. And just to follow up to that, I definitely agree. You know, it's nice to have more space than less. Although $1,600 for that space is quite reasonable as it is right now. And I understand you're here to get the best best for JAG itself. Although further reduction in rent it's difficult. I think when rent is so, it's set at a pretty reasonable rate as it is. But you know, I appreciate that the usage of both floors is maybe necessary. Councillors, any other questions for Christina? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and thank you for the presentation and for the work of the Jasper Artist Guild. I just have one question about the profit and loss statements that you've given us, and the question is simply whether the line item for under income for gallery commissions is the net commission earned by the gallery after payment to artists of the proceeds of the sale.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, we retain 30% of the sales. 70% goes to the artist.
And so is there an income and expense statement that would show gross income from sales, less payments to artists to wind up at the net gallery commission that is shown on the profit and loss statement?
Interesting. I can find that for you or talk to our bookkeeper and provide those stats.
Sure. If that might be made available to council, it's certainly something that I would appreciate having.
Sure.
Okay, so I think there's nothing further from councillors. I'm just going to look at both screens here. 1 second.
Oh,
Sorry, Councillor Demota? Oh, yeah, I see you now.
No, that's good. His Worship Mayor Ireland has addressed my questions, but I thank Jag for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, we
much
really appreciate your
time.
attendance.
Appreciate your time and considerations very much, and look forward to further discussions with you. Thank you.
Also look to council for a motion to refer. Sorry, Councillor Boxer.
I move that the committee refer the Jasper Artists Guild's request for funding to the 2022 budget discussions.
Thank you for that. Any questions, comments on the motion? I'll call the question. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you for that. I think we'll take this opportunity to call a 5-minute break. It's 11:10 now. We'll return at 11:15. Does that give councillors enough time? And administration, yes. Okay, back at 11:15. See you then. Okay, looks like we're all back. Councillor Demota. Anyway, just saw him put his hand up. Good to go. Okay, so I'll call the meeting back to order at 11:15. We're going to move on to item presentation 5.4, and that's victim services. And we have Mr. Schmidt here to present. Here he is. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for joining us. All right.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. And I've been here before. I'll hand it over to you and let you go for it.
Yeah, thanks. We have a kind of notoriously poor bandwidth here, so I'll try my best from the detachment. Thank you firstly for everyone that's new to council and been on council, and to Mayor. Thank you for Mayor and council for obviously some challenging work that you've all signed up to take care of for our community. So I do appreciate it. Thank you. I have presented before, like Deputy Mayor Wilson mentioned, so we are going to be I was kind of skimmed through some pieces, but feel free to ask any questions if there's something that comes up. Some parts might be explained a little bit better. I could try screen sharing. I think you all have the presentation that I had just submitted the other day in front of you. So if that's the easiest, we can just kind of go from there. It's not a very flashy presentation to look at on screen anyway, whatever works best.
I think we can, yeah, I think we can all scroll through. We're on we're on page 101 of our agenda where your presentation starts. So we can scroll through that if that works best for you, just so we don't clog up your limited bandwidth.
Sure, we'll try that. So I'll just kind of let you know what page I'm on. So that first page with our letterhead at the top is where I'm starting. And we have, we're trying to maintain the same level of high service to the community and to the victims in our community, as well as crime and trauma. So that's been a real big challenge this past year. Of course, there's lots of the other challenges that everyone's making notes of, and how things have been difficult in general with any kind of service delivery in our community during this time. But there's some bigger challenges that we've been facing. And that's, to me, is the, what makes this request maybe even more urgent than in previous years. And I'll try to give any explanation, certainly answer any questions that you may have. But it's been a big piece for us. So this year we've established what's now called our Jasper Crisis Team. It's underneath the Jasper Community Team Society. And that's allowing us to really distinguish between assistance to victims of crime and assistance to victims of trauma. Our same advocates have volunteered to still be on call 24/7 to provide service to both. Myself as the coordinator, sometimes on call to provide service to both. And we just want to make sure that that service continues in our community. And some of my presentation will explain a little bit more of why that came about and why we had to take that step to put that little bit of extra distance between those files that are trauma-based. And I'm referring to anything, including an injury out on a hiking trail or a heart attack or a car accident, and many of the things that happen in our community. We're an adventurous community. There's a lot to do here. And those kinds of events sometimes lead to injuries where there's family members that are needing some assistance. So that's really a lot of the changes that you'll see in my presentation. Otherwise, I would say it's pretty standard to the request we've made other years, and we are continuing the same level of service to the community, which now we're protecting it, making sure that with further changes that are coming through provincial government and Alberta Justice and Solicitor General, we're going to make sure that we're still able to provide those services. We did, with that change, we did hire Jasper Event Management this season to do our golf tournament, which is a really big advantage for us. So just one moment, I got noise in the background. Sorry, the big advantage to that, probably saved at least a couple hundred hours of overtime work for myself as the coordinator. There were some questions from our funders about the amount of differences between summertime work and wintertime work. I think people that live in our community understand we're busier in the summer, and we're not an exception to that as a service. But that was a difficult thing to explain. So Jasper Event Management did a really great job for us. We actually had probably our most successful golf tournament ever, which is pretty impressive in that we're still in that year of a pandemic here. So I'm impressed that he was able to raise more funds than we had in 2019. We did make some strategic changes and planned it that way, that we did charge our golfers essentially a little bit more because we didn't have a big dinner. We charged the same cost, and we had a smaller reception with wine and cheese and crackers and things like that after the event, which overall was a real plus. It did really well, like I said, at about $38,000. And that's not including Jordan's wage yet, but that number never did include my wage and the 200 hours of overtime through the summer. So I think they work out pretty much on par between paying Jordan and having myself do the work. And he really picked up where I left off. We worked well together, obviously had some assistance, but that's a major piece of now what's funding the Jasper Crisis Team. So that golf tournament, well, now those funds go specifically to there. We've funded it to make sure that they've got a year and a year in reserve, which is about $15,000 a year on average that we spend on hotels, transportation, sometimes a therapist, meals, things like that, that extenuating circumstances lead us to assist victims of crime and trauma in the community. So that's, I think, really well set up. It was a really good experiment this year to see how that all went, and I expect that to continue to do well into the future. And the community is still very supportive there. A big piece that's changed now with the Alberta Justice and Solicitor General, the requirements have always said that we need to actively seek and maintain support of our community. That fundraiser is still a fundraiser for Jasper Victim Services as well, because now it's going to service victims of trauma like it always did, and victims of crime like it always did. But we can sort of have two agencies to take care of those two separate types of incidents. But we're still showing, and this budget request is also a big piece of that. If we can show that our municipality supports us, we're better supported by the Justice and Solicitor General. We've seen that most years up until about 2019. What some of those changes are more recently. The 2019 Alberta Justice Solicitor General had contained $11,754 more than we currently have on our training line. That training budget line now is $1,000. Calgary, I'm sure, is in the tens of thousands of dollars for training. They have the same $1,000 for training. So that's been extremely restricted, and that's restrictive on our budget. The other big cut for us since 2019, we have $13,228 less in salaries. So they've cut that as well. And the troubling piece is they've extended what I consider the most restrictive budget that we've ever had. They've extended that till March of 2022 instead of being the end of this December 31st. So they're changing our fiscal year. And there's recent news on October 22nd that they're extending it another full year. So we're going to be under this restrictive grant for basically another year and a half. Hopefully some decisions are made during that time. And again, I'll go into some of what those decisions are likely to be and what I think is coming. But a lot of speculation on exactly what victim services is going to look like in the province in the next year. So we had anticipated that we would be hearing some of that feedback already by this fall. We had consultations last fall with MLAs, and again, I've got some notes and comments at the end if there's questions, but we haven't heard back, and there hasn't been a formal release of what that review states from the 2 MLAs that conducted it. So we're kind of in a holding pattern, waiting to see where we end up. The last line of that page is really our ask. So it's Jasper Victim Services requesting continued financial assistance from the municipality of Jasper. And we've gone with a number of $2.50 per person for quite a number of years. And that being that's many other municipalities that are funding victim services are doing that same amount. So that's where that number came from for the history for you, which amounts to $12,500. So that second page there, and feel free to ask if there's any questions, if you put a hand up or have a question, feel free to interject too. But that next page is kind of the history of victim services. So the top heading is Jasper Victim Services Society History and General Information. I think the one significant piece there that's really impacted us is the June 26th note near the bottom. The Victims of Crime Fund has now been changed to the Victims of Crime and Public Securities Act. That opened up that fund. There was a $74 million fund, a surplus in that fund. Victim service units were never fully funded by the Alberta Justice Solicitor General. All of them, 76 around the province of Alberta, like myself, are doing fundraising, going to the municipalities, going to Parks Canada in our case, going to their improvement district, asking for funds and looking for donations in order to survive. And now they've opened up that fund. So it's funding things like drug courts, ACER. There's articling students in the Crown's office that wouldn't be there without that fund. And they're not serving victims. Drug courts don't serve victims. Articling students don't serve victims, arguably. I'm glad that Crown prosecutors have better funding and can hire more staff, but it shouldn't come from the Victims of Crime Fund. It's not directly affecting them. So that's just a point that I really wanted to bring to your attention. That's a really significant change, and that fund was meant to be protected. It comes from surcharges at court and surcharges on tickets that people get. It's meant to be for victims of crime. So that's unfortunate that's been changed to a public securities fund. If you skip the next page, if you like, it's just a little bit more detail on our history, and I'm glad to provide it or answer any questions on it, but the history hasn't changed all that much other than this recent history of what the fund now means. So the next page there on what's appendix number 1 is our budget that comes from the Justice and Solicitor General, and that's our 2021 budget. So it gives a pretty good perspective of what we're getting from Justice and Solicitor General, that 110,000. It used to be 143,500 in 2019. So like I said, it's been reduced and reduced. The salary line on there you can see is at 78,772. That's including my salary, as well as we have about $13,000 in salaries that go to the our on-call, paid on-call advocates on weekends, which is, to me, money well spent to make sure we have that 24/7 covered. It's been great since 2017. We've been doing that. So some real pieces we're trying to protect. Obviously, it's restrictive, and we're spending into our reserves now and needing more assistance for those lines. Another one that I already mentioned is the underneath salaries is that $1,000 for training. That's all that they provide now. So the next page is our actuals for the year of 2020. So January 1st of 2020 through to December 31st. And there's just a couple of points on there. I know that you can see the municipality of Jasper, the municipal grant was $9,500 that year. That was a COVID year, and understandably we had a restriction on it from the $12,500. We did go back to $12,500 for the current year that we're in. And the travel and meals for clients near the bottom, it's the third line up from the bottom. It says travel and meals, $8,231. So kind of a reduced expense from what I said is an estimate at about $15,000 per year, but it sort of makes sense. Typically, we have more tourists from overseas. They have less family around to assist them. There's not someone from Edmonton coming to pick them up or to be with them in the hospital. And we were more involved in assisting. And obviously, we expect things to go back that way for Jasper, and as things improve over the next year or two. And there's one-off things that we can't explain. We don't know what's coming all the time for Jasper Victim Services and what exactly those needs are going to be. So there's some flexibility there, but we are certainly preparing to be able to accommodate larger numbers than that 8,000 represents there. The next page is kind of a part of reason for not sharing my screen. It's all confidential. I've removed names and everything. That's the appendix number 3. And I don't want to go through and read them all, but I don't have pictures of our clients for you, obviously. I can't tell you exactly what their stories are and exactly what we're doing, but I do track these and they're important to me, these anecdotal stories from our victims that are replying back to me, or talking to me on the phone, or sending emails or cards that are written to us or our advocates. They're really significant. And I just had a couple to highlight on there. So from a sexual assault victim that came in, this is about halfway down the page, months after a resolution had been reached, the Paul and Victim Services team, thank you for all that you do for survivors in our town. You truly impacted my life, and thank you very much for your support since 2018. So that's this year that's finally wrapped up and we're having those discussions. So that's the kind of timeline that we can be involved with victims on a file. I think that's a significant piece to recognize. And I just have 1, 2 below that. It says after suicide of a family member, I'm speaking to the RCMP and Jasper Victim Services Program Manager. Thank you so much for what you guys do. You're all heroes. We are so thankful to have a chance to meet with you in person. Thank you for all the time that you spent with us and allowing us to spend time here. You have shown us passion and made this more bearable. And that's directed at myself and the sergeant for the RCMP and having spent time with that family. That's the kind of thing that we're involved in. And I think, you know, a couple of those notes are important. I think the whole page is important, and all of our victims are definitely in need of the assistance that we provide. So I'd like to highlight a couple of those because I don't think stats and numbers necessarily do justice to the actual work that we do on a daily basis. The next page is just the appendix number 4, and it's our board members for Jasper Victim Services. I think it's really significant that we have, if you quickly look through that, we have Brian Burge as our board president who works with addictions here, Mark Muller that is a retired dentist in our community, Kelly Dawson with the fire department, Anne Marie Pilgrim who used to work with the hospital and nursing staff, Andy Franklin who's with the municipality of Jasper, Amber Burgess who's a current nurse with the hospital, Maura McKinnon who works with Parks Canada, Kenny Linklater is a retired custodial worker in the community, and then Dorothy Marquis, whose husband Dave Marquis is a CNR and used to be on our board. So we have this, what I really consider a cross section of our community. We understand what Jasper needs and what we need to do to support the community. So I think that's all kind of speaks for itself. We've not just got a real one group representing on our board. It's a good cross section. And then I think really that's the main pieces that I want to present. I don't want to go too far over my time, but I did attach some letters, and I'm certainly willing to have conversations or emails with any of the council members if you'd like to look into these. To me, that's been the exhausting part of the last couple of years, and I've said many times to other program managers, the exhausting part is the work that we do. We do difficult work. We have stressful files. We have people that are, in real crisis, and that's what we're in a daily basis with them. Yet, like I said, this MLA review, the letters that we wrote to the minister, the letters that we've written to our own MLA, Martin Long, and trying to have an effect. And there's been many letters written by municipalities on behalf of their victim services, and I did receive a little note of support back from Jen McGrath with some of these letters that we sent. But as far as I'm aware, there was no letters sent to our MLAs or our Minister of Justice recently, and I don't know that that's important at this point. I know that this review was looking at either making us all provincial employees, making us all regional employees, or making us all municipal employees. So there's your options. I have no idea where that's going. I'm waiting to find out too. Some of those options probably wouldn't work for me. I can't imagine being a government employee and having to respond to someone in Edmonton that knows nothing about Jasper. But like I said, I'm not making any decisions at the moment, just waiting to see. And our municipality, I think, is waiting to see too, because there's half the work here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Schmidt. And I think you missed one of the quotes from your clients there. You've picked a noble profession, and I think I love to echo that. And on behalf of council and our community, thank you for the work you do. It's crucial work, and we appreciate it. Opening it up to council. Questions for Mr. Schmidt? Councillor Keller-Empey.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt, to you and your board of directors for all the hard work you do. Now that you have part of the victim services under the community team, does the 12,500 go to victim services, or does it go to the other budget? I'm just curious, is there two budgets or is just the one budget?
Thank you. Yeah, it's still just the one budget. So it would still just go to Jasper Victim Services. The Jasper Crisis team, as I said, we gave them more than we made on the tournament, and we took over Jordan's payment for this year. So they're 100% set up to take care of all the actual expenditures, and we'll be tracking those expenses on hotels and transportation, all those pieces. So that's going to be set up separately. That was a part of what helped us build up a reserve, and I did mean to mention that we have good reserves. We're not going to be shutting down or not deciding to cut my wages or hours at work at this point. So we're one of the only ones in the province that do have a year in reserve plus. So it's not going to affect us that way, but that fundraising piece is now gone. So we'll no longer be building on reserve that I can see we'll be struggling to meet our budget, but that piece is taken care of already. So it'll just be Jasper Victim Services that still needs to meet all of our day-to-day operations.
I fully support the 12,500. I think it's very little that we give, $250 per person for all the work that's done on behalf of our community for victims. I just want to thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll go to Mayor Ireland and then Councillor Demoto.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and thank you, Mr. Schmidt, for all that you do and for another excellent submission to council. I think you answered the initial question I had in your response to Councillor Keller-Empey, but I just want to confirm on the basis of the document exhibit or appendix 2, which is I think the actuals from 2020. Revenue exceeded expenses. You have what you call a profit. I might be inclined to suggest that that could be recorded as a surplus, but I think that you indicated that you have reserves, and so I anticipate then that $19,500 would go into reserves. The question that I have is, how confident are you that those reserves are secure from a clawback from the provincial government when they finally release the MLA review and decide which way they're going? Do you have some confidence that whatever your level of reserves are now will remain with the society in the community rather than be clawed back to some provincial entity?
That's a really valid question, and certainly I sit as the treasurer of the Alberta Police-Based Victim Services Association. We're having that discussion, and the discussion is being had with MLAs and with the minister as well. We are a nonprofit society, and we are registered that way. Any funds that have come to us, from what I understand, would have to be maintained within the community. That's another piece that I hope gives a little bit of protection to us. We have a really good parallel to the Jasper Crisis team and would be able to assist them further if we were told to disband and say, for instance, what seems to be the most likely right now is to be a regional employee. That's total speculation. Say I were to become a regional employee and now Edson is my boss and I was reporting to there, those funds may be able to be still retained by us because we're going to have specific expenses within our community. But I don't know how they'll set that up to make sure that we can retain our independent society's act status. So there's a lot of questions that honestly I don't think have been well thought out by this government to this point. So I don't really know the answer, but certainly the discussions are happening. I suspect they would have to stay within the community because it is a local society here, the way we were established from the beginning. But I don't know the answer really to say for sure.
All right, well, I appreciate that, that candid response, and I just then tag it as something to keep in mind as you move forward with discussions with the province. And there may be some other opportunities that I might be able to suggest to you offline about how you might take some steps to safeguard that money for the community, regardless of the outcome that is thrust upon you by the province.
I would really welcome that and appreciate it for sure. Like I said, it's on our minds for sure. 76 of us in the province all waiting to find out. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Mr. Schmidt, thank you very much for your dedication and your service that you provide the community. This isn't my first time seeing this presentation, and I think I have a two-part question. And a lot of it has to do with the specifics of the provincial funding for this. And I'm just wondering right now, in other jurisdictions, what is the process, or what does victim services fall under? Are they, like yourself, a separate society, or are they administered, is the service administered through their CFS in other communities? Is it a spread out thing, or is there a common way of doing this?
Thanks for the process piece. Yes, it's we are police-based victim services, so we are based in detachments, and that is a real significant piece compared to some other provinces, and certainly compared to many of the states in the United States. So we're housed in an RCMP detachment, which gives me access to members and have those discussions. And with that, most of us are independent societies that are running as a society. They do have a charitable status number, and that's how we operate. That said, there are some exceptions. Municipality of Calgary, Edmonton have larger amounts of funding that come from Justice Solicitor General, and they're much more municipal employees. Calgary, for instance, when there's shortfalls of tens of thousands of dollars for training, that gets taken care of. When the shortfalls for wages for them happens, it still gets taken care of because they're municipal employees there. So there is some differences in the province. For the most part, most of rural Alberta works very similar to how Jasper works. Red Deer is another exception where it's actually a RCMP member who is the coordinator in my position in that community. So a larger city again, but it's actually run by the RCMP. So there's a few exceptions, but for the most part, it is we're housed in RCMP detachment and working for a society separate from community being a municipal place.
Thank you. Well, my understanding is that the funding is becoming more and more specific, and and I believe, like for myself, or what I understand is that there are traumas that happen within our community that are broader than just being victims of crime, and to offer an overall service, I think that this should be included in that. And whether it's the municipality that it falls in under, I just like if the province is going to get more specific about it, and the service is going to be, or your position is going to be jeopardized, I would rather find some way to help lobby or advocate in a behalf that's going to be beneficial for more Jasperites. And I don't know if other councillors would like to give their thoughts on that idea, but we've been accustomed to CFS finding gaps in the community and help bridging gaps, and then finding alternate funding to get a better package to what could be offered in the community. And I think that if the province is going to go in a drastic direction, I would like to keep that service here and be more specific to Jasper as a whole, as opposed to being kind of funneled into one specific service.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And that is why I attached those letters to the MLA and to the ministers. And you take a look through there, that's exactly what I was advocating back from March 23, 2021, the letters that we were sending. And if you look quickly through there, there's two spots where I've included the 4.1 Victim Services Unit guidelines. That's from the RCMP's LMOU with us. Specifically states in there that victims, in addition to the definition of this, victims may also include close family members in the case of a death, a complaint or witness to a criminal act, persons involved in other tragedy, serious motor vehicle collisions, and natural disasters. That's right in my LMOU, what I have to do in order to work with the RCMP. But I can tell you that is not their intention. And that's why this Jasper crisis team was set up, because that's why our funding has been cut, especially on salaries. They're no longer funding us to the level they were in 2019, which never been an issue before then. But since 2019, that's why salaries have been cut. They specifically have stated you're doing service to trauma. I a few, maybe 4 to 6 per quarter, 10 per quarter in busy months when we're assisting the hospital or assisting Parks Canada. So I've always been open about those, but those are the stats that are reducing our funding right now. I can't accept further reduction, and I also couldn't even really live with this current budget, but they're the ones that extended it. I didn't ask for it to be extended. So I can honestly say that that's back in March. I've done everything I can. I've submitted all the letters. We've made the arguments. And by July of this year is when I gave up and said, we need to protect this service for our community. And that's why the team is there.
Thank you. I feel your frustration. I appreciate the clarity of that.
Thank you.
Anything further, councillors? Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I'm going to refer to page 118 of the agenda and the funding, and this may have been part of the discussion Councillor Demota had with Mr. Schmidt, but I see no dollar amount because this was a document from 2020. In 2021, what funding did Victim Services get from the provincial government?
We got that same $110,600.
Thank you for that. Obviously,
sorry, the page before shows that one, the 110,000. That's their budget that they outlined for us and where we can spend it.
And again, on that page, I see the operating budget. You're well over $225,000. Your current profit, I guess I wouldn't put it as profit, but you are quickly going to run out of money unless more funds are available to you. Is that not correct?
Yes and no. Some of the, like I say, some of those pieces are now removed. The Jasper crisis team taking care of the 8,000 that's on this current one. It's likely to be closer to 15,000 for this current year. And that's likely to, like I say, increase as we have more foreign travelers and things here. So that's kind of protected in the sense that that's no longer in our expenses. That's moving off to the side. It's kind of a one-time thing that we've done to set up that team. So we have an additional expense in there. So this year for sure we'll be at a loss. I think we're pretty close. I haven't heard back from, that's always been a question in the past. Also, to be fair to others asking about Parks Canada. In this past 2 years, they did contribute 12,000 per year, which was really significant and helpful to our budget. I haven't heard back on requests for this year, and I've sent additional reminders and requests to see if they are considering having us in the 2022 budget. I haven't heard yet, but with those funds coming in and some additional donations and things that we have, I think we're going to stay fairly close. I do certainly expect we'll be spending into our reserves until March of 2023, when there's a definitive, this is how things operate from now on, and this is what your operating budget is. And that may mean limiting hours or limiting service or what we do. But at this point, we're fine to make it through from March of 2023. I can tell you, I did have those highlighted just in case there was a question. Right now, Jasper Victim Services, we're over $130,000 in our account, that's our operation costs until December 31st. So we're well ahead of things just in our actual account. And then in our reserves, we have now $111,900. That's in GICs. So I've prided myself on that from day one to do the best that I can to at least get sort of 10% a year put away from our golf tournament and from our fundraising to be able to ensure that when this day comes, we're able to deal with it. Justice and Solicitor General, the way they phrase it is just in case that our building burns down and it's 6 months to a year before we can fund you. So I was prepared with that right from the start. I've been doing this job for 13 years now, and that's the kind of conversations we've had about making sure we had a reserve. So we do have it there. I can tell you that in 2019, when we had those discussions in 2017, there's times where they withheld our funding for 6 to 8 months with no funding at all from the government. So we needed to be prepared for that. And we needed not to just have to fold and say, okay, we're not doing trauma anymore. And that was what those fights were about.
So I'd like to congratulate you on that point, that you've prepared for the future, understanding that you may have some deficit years, and that is truly commendable. And I think your ask is 12,500 this year. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
But again, I think I want to make the point that you're to be commended with how your organization approaches providing a very essential service, not just for residents, but for the tourists that come here. And again, like I say, I commend you on that. And I look forward to a motion from another councillor, or if not, myself, to recommend that we consider your request in our budget deliberations.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate it. I do feel good about how this financial state that we're in. Like I said, I think there was always the potential that it was going to be needed, but I also do have to appreciate the fact that we are in this community. We're not in a community where they're oil-based and they've lost their fundraisers. We're, it's such a supportive community, firstly, and also the tourism that comes here. And I think everybody that's supporting us recognizes the benefits, like you mentioned. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw Councillor Waxer's hand up. And you're muted though.
Good point. I had one, I was just going to offer to make the motion to move the committee refer the request to the budget, but I can wait if there are other questions.
I think we could take the motion now. Councillors, anything further? All right, well, so we have the motion that committee refer the request from Jasper Victim Services for funding to the 2022 budget discussions. Anything further from councillors? I'll call the question. All in favor? Mr. Schmidt is in favor as well. Thank you. No, so none opposed. Thank you for that. I really appreciate you being here, Mr. Schmidt. Always a pleasure.
Thank you everyone for having me. And it's nice to have my former boss and now Councillor Waxer make the motion for us. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, we'll talk to you soon. One more presentation ahead of us. Item 5.5, Habitat for the Arts is here, and Marianne Guerra, seasoned vet, presenting to council. Welcome. Good to see you again. I'll hand it over to you.
My presentation is very similar to Paul's. Most of what I have to say you received in documents. I have divided my chat today into 3 pieces: past, present, future. The past, the last time I presented to council was March of 2020. And quite frankly, not too much has changed since then, financially or well, there's been some programs they're building. We closed in March of 2020, and we have a book lovers fair that was bringing in authors from across Canada in connection with both museum and both with the library and JAG. We were presenting a program that was postponed. Our busking program for 2021, we worked with, and we still work with AHS and bylaw and making sure that any music we can get to the street is done safely. Culture Day 2020 was a take-home event. We worked with the Alberta, the ACFA downstairs, the Francophone Association, and the library, and those programs were come in and get things to take home. Our Halloween program, as I mentioned in the notes that I sent, was a virtual program where we could no longer sit together and do a Halloween dinner theater or anything like that, but we did get the opportunity to bring in virtual authors and writers and storytellers from Newfoundland through to Vancouver. So the program was greatly enhanced, but not the same. We had no dinner theater for 2022 for the holidays. We have started a community mural that will go up very soon, where we have, I think it's 64 pieces that were sent home to the community to create on, and they came back, all of them. Our art exhibitions that we usually bring in from the Grand Prairie Art College, Grand Prairie Art Gallery, are still continuing to come in, and we have joined with the Grand Prairie Art Gallery in making them virtual as well as live. So if you can't get in to see the show, you can watch it online with curator comments. We've recorded visitations with curators. We did have culture camp. We had camps last summer as well. Very distanced, very small. And this year we had a culture camp for 2 weeks that led to a fair out on the lawn. It was very well received. Culture Day 2021, we took to Robson Park as well. We had the pottery room is doing very well for culture days. We had people bring their pets and put their paws in clay. The pottery room is now incorporating youth into it with precautions taken through teachers. The instructors at the schools are bringing kids in. They seem to have a way of working with youth. We had a scarecrow program where people decorated town with scarecrows. We did a survey, had people walk through the building with a program in their hands, and they got to visit pieces of art around the building. And the survey said that 50% of the people who come to this building come for the art, and 50% of the people who come to this building come for the library. That would be the past. The present, presently we're running paint nights again with vaccinations and distancing. We have a lino cut class this Sunday. We have a Monday night drop-in with Jennifer Otway with all the precautions taken, and we're working on a December 12th Christmas variety show that we hope will take off this year. The pottery room has been a challenge because of wet surfaces and contamination. So it's 1 or 2 people at a time, cohorts, things like that. So we went from 80 events a year to 12. It's the future. The future, well, we're still working on programs for the future. We're working on spring 2022 called Reanimate, Reimagine with Heritage Canada grant for reanimating cultural spaces. We successfully had some banner hardware put on the poles around the building, which had never been there. So we hopefully will have banners soon that tell you what's in this building. We're working with some programming across Canada, virtual again, for Truth and Reconciliation, a small program of authors telling stories. And we're looking at animating the town trail with art through several local and not so local artists. I think that's what we're up to. In March of 2022, you see our beautiful budget and the 3.5% growth that we were estimating for the next 2 years, which did not happen. So I'm open to your questions about March 2022's presentation or this week's presentation.
Well, March 2022 is still to come.
Oh, sorry, March 2020. Sorry.
So 2020. Okay, so we're referring back to that. So if we were to, we don't have that in front of us yet. If we were to say what is your ask, that we could refer back to that presentation. I don't think we have that budget attached to this.
Okay, my ask that I sent in to Tasha was for $20,000 towards the rent and $25,000 towards administration and marketing. Not unlike March 2020.
So we don't get to see you March 2022?
March 2022 is going to be so exciting.
There we go.
The grant we have from Heritage Canada is sure to make a difference in reanimating.
Sorry, can you clarify, or can you speak more to that grant?
It is a grant that they designed for reanimating the arts. It's a cultural spaces program with Canadian Heritage. We've applied for it in the past, and actually, if you hadn't had the grant in the past, you could not apply for it this time. So that was very fortunate. We've had it about 3 or 4 times in the past 10 years to do Culture Days events or Bowls at Soul or all the different programs we used to run during Culture Days. Yeah, so we're pretty happy that they've actually accepted our application, and it is in, we're confident. And we're working with Arts Jasper. Arts Jasper is a bit of funding that they want to spend for their 50th anniversary, which coincides for next spring.
Sorry, I was muted there. Well, thank you for that. That sounds exciting. Councillors, any questions for Mrs. Guerra? Now we wait. People will come up with something. Hold on. Councillor Melnick, thank you.
Just for clarity, for the ask, I heard $20,000 for rent and 25,000 for administration. So the total ask is 45,000.
It is.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, oh, Councillor Kalarpi.
Thanks, Marianne, for the presentation. I just want to clarify the 20,000 that you're asking, is that for current rent or is that for past rent? Because in the last time you had asked for 20,000 in rent too, but we only give you 15,000 towards programming. So I'm kind of wondering how that is working out. Like, are we still in arrears with rent or are we catching up?
We are in arrears with rent. We will apply every penny that is given to us for rent to the rent. I'm ever confident that should programming take off as an administrator is put in place and we get past the last 20 months, that we can work towards a successful rent program.
So am I understanding then that if we were to give 45,000, that would all come back in rent, or is the rent got to that height, or is it already at 20,000 for rent and 25 towards programming?
The 20,000, it's 18,000 a year for rents, and then it's about $400 a month for power here for some reason. So I'm thinking the 20,000 would go directly back, and the 25 would pay for an administrator to make this place mobile, and program costs, marketing, promotions.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything further, councillors?
Tired?
Mayor Arnott?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Mary Ann, thank you for the presentation. Once again, I have no questions for you whatsoever. I have a question though for administration. On the assumption that there will be a motion that this request be referred to further discussion in the context of the 2022 budget. My question is for this matter and indeed for the previous 4 matters that have all gone that way. Should council anticipate that department budgets, draft budgets will be presented to council on the basis of the asks that we have received and have been referred, so that we will see a budget that incorporates the $45,000 that's before us as an ask right now? Is that what we will anticipate commencing November 23rd and thereafter?
Thanks, Your Worship, through Deputy Mayor Wilson. Yes, administration will present to council all the community group requests, and they are at this time included within the budget under the assumption that council would support them. We are still massaging that to see how we want to present it, but we are going to present it to council with discrete information on all the community group requests so that council can make individualized decisions. We're trying as best as possible to disentangle the community group requests from being blended into overall departmental budgets. So council will have an opportunity to make clearer decisions specific to the community group requests without it being entangled within individual departments that I think has made it more difficult in the past. We are still working on the budget materials for presentation to council, and we are actively listening to the committee meeting today because it will influence how we present these items. But council should expect administration to offer specific decision points with respect to each of the requests that you have forwarded to budget, and administration will do our best to ensure that those items are not wrapped up in a larger overall budget that would be difficult for council to see and understand.
Thank you, Mr. Given. I appreciate that. And Mr. Deputy Mayor, that if you are prepared to accept it, I'm happy to make a motion that Committee of the Whole refer the Habitat for the Arts request for funding to the 2022 budget discussions.
Thank you for that. Councillors, would you like to speak to it any further? He understands the question. I'll call the question. All in favor? It's unanimous. Skara, thank you. Appreciate you coming here, presenting to us. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you for your time.
How's everybody doing? It's noon now. Fair amount more business to tackle. How does everybody feel about taking a lunch break, or lunch break? Should we do a half an hour and then carry on? I think we do have a fair amount more ahead of us in new business. Okay, it looks like so it's 12:07 now. Let's say 12:40 we'll return. See you then. We're recording. Okay, well, I'll call the meeting back to order. It's 12:39. And we're starting at agenda item 6, business arising from the minutes. Councillors, administration, any business arising? Mayor Ireland, please.
I will be brief, recognizing what a long day it already has been and still may be. I just wanted to go back to the item in the minutes, the report from the chair of the Jasper Community Housing Corporation, which I commend. It's an excellent report and will serve well as a record for the JCHC moving forward. In part, it deals with the proposed project at parcel GB, and I just raised this only to recognize that late last week, Parks Canada issued an information bulletin with respect to some of the processes surrounding parcel GB and what has or has not been approved there. And I want to state publicly that I appreciate Parks Canada having done so. It's important to clarify for the community what has and has not occurred with respect to that parcel and how the process unfolded. So it's a very important statement that Parks has made. And I simply suggest that in addition to the report from the chair becoming part of the record, both of council and of the JCHC, that information released from Parks Canada be appended to it for future reference of the board of the JCHC. It's an important document and shouldn't be overlooked. So I extend thanks to Parks Canada for it, as I said, and suggest that it be appended to that report and be made part of the permanent record of the Jasper Community Housing Corporation. And that was the only matter arising from the minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Anything further? Business arising? Councillor Demota.
I'm just wondering in regards to the paid parking program, when we might see the finalized report, or if you've already said that, Mr. Given, I apologize. Just a little bit more clarity on some type of timeline.
Deputy Mayor Wilson to Councillor Demota. Administration will present the paid parking final report November 30th committee meeting. Council will see some reflection of that of the recommendations of that final report in the budget. So there's sort of a chicken and egg thing there. Certainly the revenue from paid parking is something that administration needs to reflect in the budget. And so council will get a preview of those recommendations in the context of the budget presentations. And the full final report, including data, details, and survey feedback, will be presented to council November 30th.
And I think that'll be good timing. Thank you for that, because you know, going into strategic planning, I think that's going to be an important implementation to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, councillors? On agenda item 6, business arising from minutes, we'll move on to item 7 on the agenda, new business, and 7.1 is visual identity and local redesign. I'm going to pass that off to Mr. Given, and I do see that we have James Jackson at Tourism Jasper here with us as well.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I'm actually just going to provide brief contextual comments to the start of the report, and then Ms. Nadon is going to handle the introduction of the report. Council, for your consideration today, is an opportunity to leverage our partnership with Tourism Jasper. They are willing to support us by providing significant, the results of a significant public engagement that they undertook with respect to their brand. And that creates an opportunity for the municipality of Jasper to leverage that significant public engagement into a logo redesign for the municipality. And I want to highlight the timeline concerns around this. The municipality had already engaged in a website redesign with a view to increasing accessibility and inclusion in the website. Before we relaunch a website, we want to ensure that we have current visual identity and logo. And Ms. Nadon is going to speak to how these two projects come together. But for council's information, I did want to highlight and show our appreciation for Tourism Jasper and their willingness to lend us the efforts of their public engagement so that we don't have to duplicate that effort and waste resources when that work has already been done, thanks to them. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Nadon to introduce the details of the report.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. And yes, I'm here to talk on the visual identity and logo redesign. And I'd like to acknowledge that Ms. Riddell from Community Development is also on the line, and Mr. Jackson from Tourism Jasper. So if any questions arise later on, they can speak to those as well. And so the recommendation before council today is to support administration in moving forward with this project using the existing public engagement that occurred through the Tourism Jasper process with their brand development. So like Mr. Gibbons said, that information was already collected, and it's something that could form the basis of our work. There is further engagement that is proposed and detailed in the report, but in terms of the public engagement piece, that is the part we're looking for council support on, and hence it's at a committee level decision. It is not something that requires any expenditure of funding or a formal council decision, and that's why we're asking for direction in the context of committee of the whole today. Briefly on the website project, earlier this year, the community development area of the municipality secured some significant grant funding to make our website more inclusive and more accessible to newcomers. So that grant is through Alberta Labor, and we have a website project coordinator on staff that's doing a lot of work on the back end right now, and looking at the content and revisiting the architecture of the website and where the information is, and putting it out in plain language and really reviewing all that information is a huge part of the work that goes behind the website. And so that is ongoing, and the next timeline we're going to hit is in January, where the design phase will start. And so this visual identity and logo redesign proposal would have to align with that timeline so we can make the most of that opportunity. So that's why this is in front of council now and has not been in the last little bit, but our logo is the only one we've ever had. It was adopted in 2004, and it is quite intricate, as you can see, and it's a bit difficult to work with, and that has been an ongoing challenge in my municipal service. So we're trying to leverage this opportunity with the grant funding and the website work to be sure that we can integrate a new visual identity and logo. So you'll notice that we're not talking about branding. Branding is a bit more of an extensive process, and that is what Tourism Jasper went through when they developed their own brand. And so in the context of being a tourism community, we really want to make sure that we're aligned and we're complementing the Tourism Jasper brand while having our own identity and our own image, but that together to visitors and the public in general, we are perceived as a cohesive unit and presenting ourselves well in that context. In the report under discussion is the detail of the previous public engagement that took place. Some of you might remember being part of it. I know I was way back when, and discussion with Mr. Jackson. I think that dialogic research is what a lot of us took part in. So it was in the form of workshops and quite detailed input gathering. And in conversation with Mr. Jackson, Tourism Jasper is very supportive of the initiative and has offered us full access to that data and information and what we need to support the process from that original collection of the public engagement, but also to have our team work closely with their team and their consultants to work together to make sure that the creative artwork and that the technical items related to this project are aligned. And then further under background or discussion in the report, you'll see we have provided a project plan. So part of the recommendation today, or the main item in the recommendation, is with regards to public engagement, but we are proposing some engagement, internal engagement with staff, as well as an initial council input. So prior to the development of 3 options for the logo, council would have an opportunity to take an online questionnaire, and so would stakeholders, which are our typical community partners like Tourism Jasper, the Chamber of Commerce, Parks Canada. So those preliminary inputs would be considered that way through an online format. Then we would send our consultants to go and develop 3 options based on the Tourism Jasper brand documents, the staff input, the council input, the stakeholders input, develop those options, and then bring them back to council in a workshop format. So where you'd be a bit more engaged in having some input into what those look like, what you prefer, what you don't. And then that would flip back to the project team, which is essentially our communications department, as well as our community development department, because they are so involved currently in the website redesign. We feel like that's a good team. And yeah, then we would pick the final logo, and developing a brand guide would be the ultimate outcome, where that tool would become something for staff to utilize internally, and to ensure that across the organization we're more consistent and more professional in how we present ourselves. And that would all take place by early to mid-January. And then this would all go into, those inputs would go into the website development, and the public launch of the new visual identity and logo and website would then occur in the spring of 2022. I think that outlines the items there. I think, again, like Mr. Given mentioned, the risk associated with the project is the timeline, as in making sure we have those inputs ready to put into the website and really capitalize on that grant funding we received. And with that, I'll turn it back to Deputy Mayor Wilson and be ready for questions.
Thank you. Well, I'll just turn it over to Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Given, as consent is already up.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson. There was just one additional thing I wanted to add for council's consideration. So when we start to talk about logo and visual imagery, there can be a tendency to see that as something that all of us can get in and really be involved in, because it's something that we can all see and we all have opinions about visual identity. I just wanted to share to council a perspective that really there is a very technical aspect and nature to this work. A good visual identity and logo has some very detail-oriented items, and what is recommended by the professionals needs to be able to be represented both in black and white, and large and small, and on vehicles and on shirts. So there is actually a very technical nature to this work, in spite of the fact that when we see it, we know whether we like it or not. And so administration is proceeding on this with recognition that there is that underlying technical work that needs to be done, and that the plan that Ms. Nadon's laid out would bring forward 3 technically feasible options for council consideration. And so I just wanted to make that note, because I think visual identities, unlike say building a road or a bridge, people tend to have more opinions about how it should, quote unquote, should be done. And administration is wanted to assure council that all of the logo options that come based on your feedback will be ones that would be technically viable. And so we really thought it was important to highlight the fact that that was technical nature of the work was a part of the project.
Thank you. Councillors, questions, comments? Councillor Demota, and then Councillor Gallimpi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I just I have one, maybe 2 questions followed up with some commentary. I'm just wondering, because we've been talking about strategic relevance lately, and most of the presentations that get put forward to us, or recommendations, sorry, do have that in there. And you know, we've been speaking about you know, our priorities planning session, and I believe and I feel that this council hasn't really had a time or opportunity to really discuss this. And I don't want to come across as a stick in the mud, because I was pro doing this a long time ago, especially when Tourism Jasper had gone through its rebrand. And I'll follow up with some of the comments that I received, and a lot of the things that I'm pushing for, Ms. Nadon spoke to today. And I'm just interested to see, you know, what strategic relevance this could fall under, and perhaps maybe talk about this in a planning session going down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keller-Empey.
I'm in support of the idea. I may be dating myself, but I remember 2004 when our brand did come out to the municipality. I was in the chamber then, and I remember the extensive work that Tourism Jasper did in 2013 when I believe Councillor Demoda, Mayor Ireland, and I were part of the brand planning for Venture Beyond. A lot of in-depth consultation took place at that time, and I think it's great to move forward with Tourism Jasper and our industrial partners to partner on the brand and how we can work together for this remote Jasper as a tourism destination. Because even though Tourism Jasper does all the marketing and gets out there and becomes our economic driver, it's important that we're partnering this and that we work with them and we work together on logos that cross-brand us. I think this is a great step forward. Thank you, and I'd like to thank Mr. Jackson, Mr. Given, and Ms. Nadon for moving this forward.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll jump in there. I'll jump in there and then we'll go to Mayor Ireland and then over to Councillor Demote again. I just want to ask, so this lot of this work had been done in 2014, 2015. It seems like just yesterday, but it is 5-6 years ago. Is this data still current, and can we count on, I don't know what's all involved, but I just want to make sure that what we're going to be working with is I guess current data that will assist us in, we're not going to be 6 years behind right off the bat.
Maybe I'll handle that first, Deputy Mayor Wilson, if I can, and then I'll ask Mr. Jackson to speak to it a little bit. Certainly from administration's perspective, the fundamental nature of Jasper as a community hasn't changed in the last 6 years. Certainly the community has, the concerns in the community have changed over the years, but the fundamental nature of the people, the place have not particularly changed in our view. And so the brand work that was done before, the engagement that was done before, remains highly relevant. I believe Tourism Jasper continues to use that data in their branding efforts, and maybe Mr. Jackson can speak to how they're organized, how their organization views the relevancy and currency of the brand data that we would be basing this work off of.
Sure. So I guess before I elaborate on that, I just want to thank Mayor, Council, and Administration for the invitation to collaborate on this project, and special, I guess, congratulations to this council. I have yet to formally address everybody. So congratulations. Hello once again. Really humbled to be able to work with all of you. I'm excited to get to know those of you that I don't know as well. As for the question, I would elaborate on Mr. Given's statement. The research that was done was very much a deep brand exercise. So it was really about the values and the underlying characteristics that make Jasper what it is. I sort of equate it to, or use the analogy of fashion. Your fashion sense can change over time. Certain things can come in and out of style, but the underlying sort of values will probably stay the same. And so to be more literal, Tourism Jasper just updated our fonts, for instance. Subtle change, very subtle, that are just a bit more contemporary, but the vast majority of people would never notice. But the logo remains the same, and most importantly, the underlying values that we built the brand upon have not changed. And so I think if we can contribute that to the project, it will help not only administration, but their consultants a lot with the work.
Yeah, thank you for that. Well, I would challenge you with fashion. You know, lots goes in and out, but like, you know, got to comment you on your good plaid shirt. You know, that's kind of that stands the test of time. Okay, carrying on. Councillor Melnick, please.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Wilson, question to help me understand where we are going with this. The signage outside of town recently has changed, and is this logo change and color and presentation of Jasper, is that going to parallel those signage changes at the east and west end of town? And to that further, the Tourism Jasper logo is a recent logo or a logo that is Tourism Jasper contemplating changing that logo? Just for background on the logo development for the municipality.
Mrs. Nadon, I think was going to answer that, and yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, through to Councillor Melnick. That is a very relevant question, and it is very much something we're considering and that we didn't include in the report, but certainly the wayfinding and signage guidelines is the document that outlines our wayfinding plan, and the town entrance signs are the ones you're referring to, I believe, were the first item that we acted upon on that plan because it's highly visible and the old signs needed to be replaced. And so that package was developed shortly after Tourism Jasper went through their branding exercise. And although it looks quite different, it is the color scheme, namely, is aligned. And so Tourism Jasper is working on their brand, and we're happy to see that there's some similarities and some complementary items going on there. Having that said, our municipal logo will not necessarily look like the town entrance signs. And there's a difference between the brand and the logo, right? So, and part of the idea behind those town entrance signs was that logos change. Those signs might be there for 25 years, you know, is kind of the intent there. So something that's a bit more timeless is what we were looking for in the wayfinding. And then as we start adding pieces in town, so other directional signage for pedestrians, vehicles, and things like that, you'll see it'll build some complementary, it'll tie into the town entrance signs, and it will look more cohesive as those items get developed. And utilizing that wayfinding and signage guidelines document is very much part of the plan in our engagement. So the consultants are already aware that this is a document we'd like to work with and look for some complementary items there. So it's not necessarily going to be the same, but yes, it is being considered together so we don't lose out on that investment that we already put in the town entrance signs.
Thank you. Well, I let Councillor Melnick accidentally jump the queue. My list was Mayor Ireland and Councillor Demoto. My apologies. Go ahead, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I'm not quite sure how to begin, but I want to make a motion, but if you will allow me, first I'll ask a question of administration, and then if I may make a motion and then speak to the motion. I am supportive of the initiative, and I understand the important linkage and the need to get this resolved relatively quickly, given that we will need this for the redesign of the website. And one follows the other, and the website is a critical issue that is underway now. And before that launches, we will need to have confirmed a logo. So this is opportune, and I encourage it to go forward with as much haste as is reasonable in the circumstances. And that's where I have a bit of difficulty. We are next week all away with AUMA. We come back, we engage in budget discussions of unknown duration. And the plan that I see on our agenda contemplates internal engagement session for staff in mid-November. We're already into November. More initial council and stakeholder online questionnaires. Perhaps there's time for that through November. More work in November, culminating in a council workshop in mid-December. Does that all fit within the workload that administration already has on its plate? Can we realistically accomplish that in this calendar year? And if we don't, will that drag out the launch of the website in an unwanted manner?
Mr. Given.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, thanks very much. To Mayor Ireland's question, yes, the plan is able to be accomplished in the timelines that are set here. It is aggressive, but it is by and large actually done by our external consultants. And so it is not administration doing all of these individual engagements and work. We certainly would support their efforts, but the vast majority of the work is actually happening by the consultants the municipalities engaged. We wanted to identify to council the opportunities that you would have to influence the logo design and to be able to see it, as well as give you an overall idea of what the work plan is. I don't believe that there are any concerns from administration in our ability to activate this plan. As I mentioned, the vast majority of the work is done by our external consultants, certainly supported by our in-house communications team, but we don't foresee any challenges in completing this in the timelines that are in the report. And to the second part of your question, yes, if it was significantly off of this, if there were additional steps required to be taken, then that would impact the launch of the new website and in fact the development of the website, because that foundational work, if you can imagine the website as the content, the words and the linkages between pages, that work is currently happening on refining that and building the new website. We need to figure out what color we're going to paint it. And so if we launch a new website with all those new linkages and pages and content, and then have to go back around and paint it later on, it would be a significant challenge. But administration is confident that we can make the two match up through the utilization of the consultants that are part of this program, that are a part of the approved 2021 budget.
Well, thank you for that. That degree of confidence is reassuring, to say the least. And on that basis, well, I see that other councillors may have questions of administration, so perhaps it's premature at this point to make a motion, because that opens us up to debate. But I am interested in making a motion as soon as any technical questions for administration have been completed. So I'll defer back to you, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Okay, so everybody heard that. Mayor Ireland has his foot in the door. He gets to make the motion, but we will carry on conversation here. Councillor Demona.
Right, I have no intent of stealing anyone's thunder, but maybe it'll sound like it as I'm going through this, because I do have some questions. And Mr. Jackson, please forgive me for talking a little bit about our own laundry before we go forward here, but this is one of my frustrations about getting an agenda on Friday for a committee of the whole. And then even though we're technically not supposed to be making decisions at committee of the whole, we're essentially going to take a decision to activate a plan. And over being presented with this on Friday, and then some of us didn't get a huge chance to really discuss this and how it fits into our strat plan and all the things like that. So this is what I was referring to last week when I talked about we need to set up kind of a better system for council to receive information and then, you know, in the future have time to contemplate it, especially if it's on a larger scale like this. So thank you for that time. So I just wanted to say that, you know, recently we've been told that staff time has been an issue. So addressing the same things that's already been talked about. And when I brought this up about 5 or 6 years ago, when Tourism Jasper first changed their logo, there was a question about commitment to the logo. because we went through a period of time where it was wonderful by nature, and we adopted some of that in there. And then understanding that, you know, the logos might change down through time, we adopted the Tourism Jasper J-hook, I think is it called? I remember it having a specific name because there was a swoosh for Nike, and then I think somebody referred to it as the J-hook. So I don't know if that stuck, but we have incorporated that in a lot of you know, municipal initiatives like logoing the trucks and some of our jackets. We've incorporated that logo. So part of the argument was we couldn't make a full commitment, because if Tourism Jasper changes or there are other initiatives, then we're kind of stuck with that old branding, and then we have to move forward when they move forward the next time. So there was kind of the argument that we should just have our own thing and try to incorporate as much as Tourism Jasper's branding for, you know, external use goes. So I've always been a supporter of changing our brand, but I'm just questioning the timing and then the time that council actually has to review this. Thank you.
Mr. No.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Through the Councillor Demota, I will attempt to speak to a couple of those items maybe. And I think the important distinction to make is that I think it's important that the municipality of Jasper has its own visual identity and logo, but I also recognize that it is very important, given our status as a tourism community, that we present a cohesive sense to not only our visitors, but also our residents and the general public, and that we are aligned is definitely one of the outcomes here. But at the same time, adopting the Tourism Jasper logo is also not where this is going. With regards to staff time and our ability to complete the project and why this hasn't been done before, and we're looking at a logo from 2004. We're looking at a visual identity that is mixed at best in terms of providing some consistency for our staff across the organization to be able to use. That is a difficulty that we have been dealing with for a long time. And now that we have a communications officer on staff, we're seeing a lot of challenges around that. So having a better definition, better tools, so we can create those items and present a good image to the public is partly why we're going for this. And as you're aware, there's lots of different priorities in the Protective and Legislative Services Department. Getting this group in this format was part of it recently, and we didn't have council meetings lined up for a while, right? So in terms of the timeline for things coming forward, I appreciate that we're landing in front of you today with a topic that we haven't discussed previously. It's committee of the whole. We are asking for direction, and we are asking for direction today, which I realize is a bit of an interesting situation from the other side of the table. And if it wasn't for that grant funding for the website, we wouldn't have been able to address that item in such a timely manner and in such a detailed and extensive manner that we're seeing from community development putting this work forward now. We do have dollars in the budget to support the funding of this project, to hire consultants. And if you're looking at the financial part of the report, we're looking at a $10,000 to $12,000 influx into this visual identity and logo redesign in comparison to a $262,000 website project, which includes a few different items as well. And it's not all towards the website, but that's what we're trying to meet. And that's what explains such a tight timeline. So why now and why in this context? I hope I managed to provide a bit of information around that, but also highlighting that I think it's important that the municipality retains its own visual identity and logo, but works closely and collaboratively with Tourism Jasper, and that's what we're trying to present.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Jackson.
Just to add quickly, I think Councillor Melnick and Councillor Demota sort of had questions about Tourism Jasper's commitment to the logo. It's my opinion that this logo is a masterpiece, and it was done before I came to town. One of the reasons why I think it's a masterpiece is because it's the actual shape of the town itself, not to mention a number of other visual interpretations. So as long as I'm here with this organization, that logo isn't going anywhere, and I would advocate, even if I was to win the lottery and move on, that logo not go anywhere. So just for the record, we are absolutely committed to that logo. We are committed to what that logo represents, more importantly, and will contribute all of that work to the municipality to use as it sees fit.
Thank you. Yeah, it sounds like when the stars align and you realize that you got to sometimes capitalize that, and might not be our timeline that we like, but sometimes you just got to jump on and get it done. It looks like we can. I'm fully supportive of it. Councillors, anything more? I'm going to circle back then to Mayor Ireland, I think.
Well, thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. I confess I'm disappointed to hear Mr. Jackson say that if he wins the lottery, he would contemplate leaving rather than reinvesting in the community. But he said it. In any event, that's just in jest, Mr. Jackson. I appreciate all the assistance that you've offered and continue to offer to the community. I do have a motion, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And that motion would be that Council direct administration to undertake a visual identity and logo redesign project based on inputs from the Jasper, or from the Tourism Jasper Brand Development Initiative public engagement process, and that administration return to Council with options for review in mid-December 2021, and with a clear template confirming Council's role in the decision-making process for approval. So I make that motion with those additions, recognizing the need for timeliness, but also recognizing that there are still some unanswered questions. I think that if work is underway and administration can engage with Council in a review process with options in mid-December, we can at that time also confirm and approve our ongoing role in the process. And I'm sensitive to the comments made by Mr. Given regarding the technical nature of logos and the fact that opinions don't necessarily solve the fundamental problems of logo selection. And I recognize that there should, on that basis, perhaps be more of a role for technical expertise and less of a role for the opinions of Council members, generally speaking. But that said, the level of engagement of Council in the process and where its decision-making authority begins and ends is a critical component of this. I see in the background material in the request for decision that's presented, matters will be returned to Council for review. So I've used that same word without any critical analysis of what review might mean. And then the timeline indicates that the project team will confirm the final logo. That certainly sounds like somebody other than Council. So I would simply like some real clarity on Council's continuing role, but that is something that I think could be addressed when we review options in mid-December. And I do recognize that if this is going to roll out contemporaneously with the new website, then it's not a matter that should be bumped down the road until after our strategic priority sessions. I recognize the need to get on with it now. And finally, I recognize that there is money set aside in the 2021 budget. So if we get the process started this year, then that is logically used and doesn't become a budget item for 2022. So for all those reasons, I make the motion in its three components and speak in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate all that was said there. I won't attempt to repeat your motion. I think everybody was intently listening. Before I call the question, I'll ask councillors to debate. So Councillor Demota, is first.
Well, you know, I appreciate the fact that you said sometimes when the planets align, you have to jump on the opportunity. And, you know, just having experience on past councils, there has been issues where we've wanted to move, you know, a bigger picture item forward, and some councillors got hamstrung to certain processes or procedures. And I can't help but feel that right now with, you know, when it comes down to strategic priorities, because I still don't see any relevance in that right now. And you know what, the mayor's motion will provide for some of that clarity moving forward. So, you know, in the spirit of collaboration, again, you know, I talked in the late in the last council term about understanding to help move initiatives forward. Sometimes you have to let go of those things, and hopefully they'll work themselves out. And this is kind of an example where I really don't want to vote for this right now, but I'm going to understanding the bigger picture of this. And I know that there's probably going to be a majority vote in favor of this, and it's still okay to vote against it for the sake of doing that, but that's not the purpose of what I want to do. So I think this is a good initiative. I question the timing, and I just wish that the new council as itself had more time to prepare and go over things. And I understand that that might not be possible. So I'm reluctantly going to vote in favor. Thank you.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I will also be voting in favor of moving this initiative forward, but I have a question for administration that when we do have a new brand, a new logo, has that been anticipated in the 2022 budget? Because significant things need to change with signage, vehicles, logos, uniforms, how that'll be phased in. There will be a true cost over time. And I just want to make sure that we've accounted for that in the 2022 budget as we go forward.
Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson, to Councillor Melnick. Yes, Councillor Melnick, you're absolutely correct. Administration's approach to this was to reflect a modest amount in the 2022 budget and to do it on an incremental basis as needs arise, rather than doing a one very expensive wholesale change. We would do it as we replace equipment, as we replace items, but there will be some priority areas that we would want to ensure are changed over early on in 2022. And so you'll see that reflected in the budget.
Although it's coming quick into the new term, I think it's a good kind of, it's a feel-good, you know, exercise to go through, and we're rebranding ourselves as a new council and representing municipality moving out of COVID and into a more prosperous time. I think it's probably ideal time to do this, and yeah, I'd fully support it. Is there any other councillors who'd like to speak to it before I call the question? Again, I'm not going to repeat the question. I think everybody heard Mayor Ireland's motion. Any clarification needed? Call the question. All in favor? And there's none opposed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for attending. Good to see you as always. And yeah, we'll move on. Moving on to item 7.2 in new business, policy review priority list, and that's a verbal item that Councillor Demota will lead. Councillor Demota.
Yeah, thank you. The past council had put some direction to getting a priority or a policy review priority list in motion. However, they were never directed to come back to council with that list. So in conversations and understanding where other councillors sat last week and the position that that might put administration in as far as getting stuff to the table at this time or during budget. I thought it would be better to make a motion to have something come to us in the future. And before I call that, I wanted to make sure that council had some input or wanted to say anything on that topic, or administration for that matter.
Sorry, Mr. Given.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, I'll say from administration perspective, we are absolutely happy to take council direction on the priorities. Councillor Demote is right. The last council identified the top priority and then directed administration to establish the rest of the priorities without actually asking or tasking administration to come back to council and tell council what those priorities were. So our interpretation was that it was really do this one first and the rest of it we'll leave up to you. But we are fully happy and ready to be able to accept any additional direction that council may have. Or if council wanted to give direction to administration to develop a priority list and present it at a future committee meeting, we could do so. And then council would have an opportunity to judge whether we got the priorities right, which I think is completely appropriate. And I think a simple motion of direction to administration to develop a priority list and bring it to a future committee of the whole meeting would be appropriate in this circumstance.
Councillor Demote.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I wanted to go. And it's just, it was basically just taking everyone's, input and formulating it, discussing the situation with administration. And then also, like, I was wondering if council wanted to put any quantifiers in there, like, would we review 5 at a time, 10 at a time, or just leave it up to administration and maybe come back? Because I don't think we need a full list right off the bat, but I trust that administration has been listening to us, but also seeing some of the pitfalls and interworkings of other policies with the framework of some bylaws and stuff that need to come to the surface. So I don't know exactly what those might entail, and they might be better suited to present that to us. So I think, with what Mr. Given just said, we would have the opportunity to review that and say, this could work for us, or make adjustments as we go.
Just for clarification myself, I don't have a priority list of policy that we need to review, but not to say that I won't. And I'm looking forward to meeting with all of council in strategic planning and, really feeling out everyone's priorities this term. And I think that might affect what policies we review. Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get my head around, I don't have a list of policies that need review, and I don't see myself building them one immediately, but I do see it, a list maybe building as we start to feel each other out as new council, and what other councillors' priorities of this term are, which would reflect, I think, policies that we may review.
And if I may, I think that's perfect, because that's one thing that was considered, right, with all the discussions we've had last week, and in talking with other councillors, and that was, I think, an important step to take. So I appreciate your angle on that, and that's kind of been incorporated to what I perceive, what I want to do today in my motion. So, and I'm welcome to friendly amendments. So here, this is what I move that committee direct administration to return to a future committee of the whole with a policy development and review priority list.
Councillors? So whose priorities are these though?
Well, just what Mr. Given had just stated, if you're asking me for some clarity, they would come together with a list for things that, and I think they should start with what's mandated, and then what's legislated, and then those priorities go down similarly to some ideas around decision-making framework. So I think that there's things that we are kind of tied to the MGA for, and then the priorities trickle down. So there might be some priorities that councillors might personally have, but you know, what's the most important thing to take care of? And I think that administration coming forward with the list will have that addressed in it. And then if we have our own opinions of what priority should take it precedent over others, I think that could be up to council to decide and vote on.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Councillors, anything further? Mayor Ireland.
I'm generally in favor of the motion. I think it was open-ended in the sense, said that administration come back at a future committee of the whole meeting. Is there a need or a desire to have that proposed policy review priority list in advance of our strategic priority session in January? I'm not sure whether Councillor Demota has considered whether this would be more useful before our strategic priorities or whether it could be developed afterwards. Again, we get into the question of lots of work and limited time to do it for ourselves and for administration. And I'm not sure where the development of a priority list for policy review fits within the work plan of administration right now.
Well, and if I may follow up, Deputy Mayor, this was part of my struggle with the last non-decision direction that we gave, because now, like, we're putting one priority over the other when it comes to administrative time, and that was my concern. Because ideally, I would really like to have this before a strategic planning process, priority process, and I think, you know, maybe our logo design could be part of the priorities. So, but overall priorities, we have to, like, collectively first decide what our priorities are for this council going forward. And I was kind of leaving it open-ended because I trust administration understands that and would come back to us with that. But if you're more comfortable with setting up a date, I'd be happy to amend that. So if we know what date we're meeting on, or just say prior to our strategic priorities planning sessions, then I'm okay with adjusting it that way as well.
If I may just step in, thank you, Ms. Waxer, just one moment. I need to entertain a motion to extend the meeting past 4 hours.
Good job.
Mayor, well, get this, past Councillor Journeau is watching and sent me a message. So, Mayor Ireland, would you make that motion? Okay, so Mayor Ireland made a motion to extend the meeting past 4 hours. All in favor? Thank you. Carrying on, I think Mrs. Waxer would like to weigh in. But you'll have to unmute yourself.
When I read policy A0-001, it looks to me like council has a responsibility to review existing policies at least once every 4 years. And when I reviewed the policy manual, it does appear there are many policies that haven't been reviewed, or at least it doesn't show on the policies that they've been reviewed often since 2010. And so it would seem that we do have a responsibility to look at the existing policies. And I would suggest that we look at them somewhat slowly so that we don't burden any future council with having to review all it in keeping with the policy every all in 1 year. It might be advisable to do it over the course of time so that we set a pace that future councils could look at policies on an ongoing basis. I may have read that incorrectly. As I said.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Demota.
I don't know technically how many follow-ups I'm allowed or allotted, but just to follow up on that, that could be an opportunity when we go through our strat plan to see how many we want to incorporate per meeting, if that's what is being suggested. So I think that, you know, as a strategy, it might be a good idea to say, well, we'll do 2 on this meeting, or just we'll make a commitment to how many we're going to do a month going forward, if that's the desire of council, or per quarter, or whatever the situation might be. I think we just have to analyze the scope of what we're talking about here, how many there are, and you know what rises to the top. And there might be some that could be low-hanging fruit that we can incorporate, that are easy ones that are continuing to go forward as is, so we could just say reviewed and that's done. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here. It's just going to take a little bit of commitment on our part. Thank you.
Anything further, councillors? Councillor Demota, I'll just get you to repeat your motion before we call the question.
All right, maybe with a friendly amendment. So I move that committee direct administration to return to a future committee of the whole with a policy development and review priority list prior to strategic planning meetings. Scott.
Yep. Everybody understand the question? And so I'll call the question. All in favor? Not opposed? Thank you. Okay, moving forward, another item, Councillor Demota, is item 7.3, reconciliation, reconciliation. I'll hand it over to you, Councillor Demota.
All right, well, I'll try not to be contentious here, you know, because I had a few ideas that I thought we could move forward with today. And, you know, on a couple occasions, it's been suggested that council's already taken steps towards addressing reconciliation, and we should, you know, consider that and it being kind of part of our strategic planning. And I get that, but we do have a new council, and I feel that there might be some councillors that are interested in, you know, addressing the process a little bit. So I'm just, you know, if we're really, you know, wanting to embrace the spirit of consensus building, collaboration, and inclusion, I think that all councillors should be made feel free to and their ideas are welcome to present their thoughts and ideas. So bringing this forward here today is to invite ideas and consideration, and to add to our path to move forward. So I have a few ideas on motions that I'd like to take, but I'd like to have other councillors contribute to the conversation with some ideas that they might want to have before we go into strategic priorities.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and thank you, Councillor Demota. I also think we need to start talking about reconciliation, reconciliation. I know it might not be a comfortable conversation to have, but I can assure you I'm not incredibly comfortable right now speaking on this panel, but the more I do it, the better I'm going to get. We're probably going to make mistakes and it'll be corrected, and that's fine. I think one thing we should consider is taking a few calls to action as our own and implementing them, especially call to action number 57, which is the one where we get the culture of safety training and the sensitivity training, and we offer it to our municipal staff and our public servants. I'm happy that you added this to our agenda today, Rico. Oh, sorry, Councillor Demota. See, I'm still not comfortable, but I'll get there. And I do want to take steps forward with this.
Excellent. Mrs. Waxer, or Councillor Waxer, and Councillor Keller MP after that. Oh, but you're muted again.
I was also looking at the call to action from the AUMA guide, and at number 57, which is the the education piece, and remembering that a few years ago there was the offer from AUMA. They're welcoming their WIC initiative to bring in a blanket exercise. And I wonder if potentially now would be a good time to explore the possibilities of bringing that in for elected officials as well as municipal staff.
Great, thank you. Councillor Keller-Empe.
I'm just a little confused. Sorry, I wasn't here last week. But just at the end of our term, Mrs. Riddell brought us a 5-year plan, like a master plan, and we put it over to our strat plan for the new council to come up with some ideas on how we move forward with our process. And I'm just thinking, like, it's a great idea that if we do the reconciliation, as you talked about, Mrs. Waxer, but I'm wondering, like, you know, we're now mid-November, we have budget coming up, then we're into December, and we have to make decisions on budget. I'm wondering, like, because our strat plan is mid-January, that we come with a plan out of that, and we go forward, like, as part of our strategic plan. Because listening to Mrs. Riddell and looking at her 5-year plan, my understanding was why, because we don't have the inclusion committee, was because administration was supposed to come back to us with some ideas. And I may be totally off, but that's how I reckon, this is how I reconcile this in my head. This is how we were going forward. And I may be totally wrong. I think it's very important that we move forward. But rushing, you know, I mean, like, we're off to AUMA next week. Then the following week we come back, we have budget. Then we're right into December. And to organize the AUMA session will be into January nearly. So I think it is important that we move forward. But I do really think that as our last council, we recommended that we move this strategic plan and then come up with the ideas on how we wanted to move this profile forward. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Councillor Demota, just before put it back to you, I'll speak to it a little bit as well. So I would agree with Councillor Keller-Empe in regards to, I fully support you know, jumping on certain calls to action. You know, number 57 sounds very doable and achievable, and yes, let's do that. Although let's do more than just that. Let's come up with a plan. We do not want a piecemeal reconciliation. Yes, we need action, Councillor Demota, for sure, but we need a plan to do it. And I think we should, you know, this is one of many steps we need to take. And I think we got to have the conversation, prepare ourselves, and have a plan ahead of us rather than piecemealing it immediately. And that's just my suggestion, and I really appreciate you, Councillor Demota, bringing up the topic.
Well, see, and thank you. And I'm trying to prevent piecemealing, and that's why I wanted to put some forward thought. And again, you know, Councillor Keller-Empe missed the last meeting, but I felt like I was, and maybe other councillors were made to feel that just because the last council had decided something doesn't have to chain us to wanting to talk about it. And I think that just even having the ability to address our ideas is important, and not to make us feel like because we want to bring it up, it's unimportant. And I want to question that, what would have happened today, you know, and this kind of came in light as we were debating on it, if our logo discussion came in at the end of all these discussions and we had the other priorities discussed, and then looking forward to what, you know, our strat planning in January looks like. And then we start to realize, okay, what actually needs to be a priority here, right? We're going to have a lot of emergent issues over the next few years when we have a plan. And a reason for a lot of the things that didn't get done in the past was because we have emergent issues, and we might get grants, we might get funding, like, oh, we need to do this right now because we have this money coming to us, and it becomes the highest important to people, but not to council per se. So that's why I don't think that we had a lot of time to, like, regurgitate all that. And here we are now talking about having time restrictions to have important discussions, I think. And, you know, whether or not any motions come out of today, whether we want to engage in a motion or taking one of the plans into effect, the action plans, I still think it's worth having the conversation. I'm glad we're having it.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I have a question. I'm not sure who this is directed at, but what would it entail to bring a blanket exercise to our
Councillor Hall, I think you stalled out, but what would it take to bring a blanket exercise to our community? Almost like to lean on Mrs. Riddell to chime in. I think she had one set up for us. So, there she is. Are you comfortable answering? There we go.
Sure, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, through to Councillor Hall. Great question. It is something we've looked at setting up before. And I think to some of the points already made. Oh, sorry about that. I was getting a little bit of a in and out there. Training for all levels of the organization is incorporated into the draft ED&I plan that the past council did see nearing the end of the term. That was based on the EDI policy, and there was a motion by council to accept the plan for information, receive it for information, and also to for administration to be contributing to the plan and bringing a revised copy back in early 2022. So to set up a blanket exercise would fit well within the plan under the area of focus of reconciliation. And the costs to start implementing the ED&I plan have been incorporated into the draft 2022 budget. So it is something that I think this council is going to see again and be able to speak about. I don't know if that helps. It would really be within the plan. And I think in the past, it would be the municipality contracting out a specialized organization that organizes the blanket exercise, and then coordinating on the internal part, staff and, you know, different levels of the organization taking part, kind of as directed by council and then through to Mr. Given.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Hall?
Yes, I think so. And what I think I got cut out when I wanted to ask, and yes, that did answer my question. Thank you, Mrs. Riddell. Could we do a blanket exercise and not have to commit to a call to action? Can we just do it as something that we do in December and it takes a couple hours in the afternoon, or how does that happen?
Sorry, we'll pass that back over to Mr. Given.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson, for Councillor Hall. Certainly administration through Ms. Riddell has deep context in order to be able to organize an event like that. And that would be a part of our intention. As Ms. Riddell suggested, administration will present in the 2022 budget the resources required to support the Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Master Plan. And a part of that, a big focus of that is training for elected officials and for staff. There is money that is going to be held in the CAO office budget area for corporate training, which would be able to fund exactly the types of items that you're talking about. There would be a matter, just as a practical matter, there would be some scheduling. We'd have to identify an appropriate contractor. I use the term contractor very loosely, but an appropriate resource to be able to deliver a blanket exercise and their availability, which might be constrained over the December period. But obviously that is something that we can do. It is something that is contemplated as a part of the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Master Plan. And I think would be one part of council's actions overall as they look at reconciliation and the overall calls to action.
Thank you. Councillors? Anything further? Let's go, Councillor Waxer.
Remember to unmute this time. When I suggested that, I wasn't necessarily thinking of a rush, but I just feel that the blanket exercise provides a good basis upon which to open discussions. Having participated in one in the past, I found it very meaningful and informative, and would help, I think, all of us to delve deeper into the concept of truth and reconciliation. I didn't necessarily mean it had to be done immediately in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you for that. Councillor Demoda.
Yeah, and I realize that this has taken centuries of doing, decades of doing, and then it's not going to be undone in a couple of months. And I get that. And, you know, and I'm just referring to, I want to refer to the Truth and Truth for Reconciliation Commission of Canada, and them releasing their 94 calls to action was in 2015. And action number 57 does have recommendations for municipalities to do what we're talking about. So although it might seem rushed, those recommendations have been around. The calls to action have been around for quite some time now. And I don't feel like, I feel we should be rushing it, but just consider the fact that, you know, we need to have an extensive conversation about this, especially with the new council, so everyone's aware of how each other feels and why it's important for us personally to have this on the table today. So I'm not interested in making any motion. I'm putting trust in administration that they've heard us and they understand where we need to be. And if that action plan's already in place, and we are going to be receiving some training on that in the near future, hopefully, I don't believe that I need to move anything forward unless somebody else needs to today.
Well, it was a great conversation starter, and thank you for doing that, Councillor Demoda. Any further discussion on this topic? Okay, thank you. All right, well, 7.4 has been struck. Jasper Day, we'll leave that for you for another day there, Councillor Demoda. The 7.5 motion action list. Inclusion in regular meeting agenda. Mayor Ireland, would you like to take this one?
I would, yes. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. For some councillors, well, I suppose for all, but in different capacities, all of you will have read the minutes from our last meeting, the minutes of, I believe it was October 5th, where under new business, Councillor Butler suggested that he would like to see the motion action list included with every regular agenda, but there was no motion with respect to that, and therefore no direction, but it was a sentiment with which I certainly agree. I think the motion action list, just as an information piece, is a really critical piece to be in front of council at all times. So it's attached to this particular agenda, and we have so many discussions about what we want to put either on our plate for additional workload or on administration's plate. But to have that motion action list helps give context to our direction to administration, so we can more easily see what we've already heaped onto their plate. So it has real benefit, even if it's just there for information. So my motion for today is that committee direct administration to include the motion action list as an attachment to every regular council meeting agenda for information purposes, and to include the motion action list and a motion to approve changes to the motion action list as an agenda item on each committee of the whole agenda. So we'd leave it as it is for committee of the whole with the motion, but attach it just for information purposes, not for motion purposes, to every agenda of every regular council meeting as well. And I need not speak further to the motion. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Well, thank you for that. Makes a lot of sense. Councillors, would you like to speak to it? Councillor Demota?
Yeah, I'm glad His Worship brought that up today, for today, to move forward, because I thought we already did that. So I'm glad that the process is being instated now, and I look forward to voting on it next week. Is that the intention?
Mayor,
the intention is to vote on it. It's a direction to administration, which I think can be handled at committee of the whole, rather than a recommendation to council to approve and have it come later. I think we can do it now as a direction to administration. And so that was the intent of my motion.
Yeah, you did say that. I apologize for missing it. Thank you.
thank you. Anything further before I call the question? Everybody understand the question? All in favor? There's none opposed. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 8, correspondence. We have 2 correspondence. The first one is 8.1, the World Tree. World Tree. So there's a letter attached, and it is actually directed towards me, as well as administration. I'll let Mr. Gibbons speak to it first, and then I might assist.
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I can appreciate that the group contacted you with the intention of contacting the municipality broadly, but it is here as information for council, since I think it was intended to be council and municipal administration. They just chose Deputy Mayor Wilson as the conduit for that. And so there is a request for support for the World Tree event that is an annual present since 2018 in Robson Park. Administration's understanding is that the group has already done some work to secure and identify a tree, but what they're really asking for is material support to transport the tree to Robson Park, help erect the tree in its location for the winter season. I can report that administration is aware of a couple of different activities that are happening at Robson Park. Certainly, as council's probably noticed, we are working to reestablish the skating rink in a larger form in Robson Park this year. There are also some activities with some of our other community partners in Tourism Jasper that are being considered. And so it would make sense from an administrative perspective for our organization to be involved in, at minimum, coordinating those efforts. But if council wished, I believe administration could, from within existing budgets and existing resources, provide the material support in terms of transportation of the tree and assistance with the direction of the tree that the group is asking for. So if council wished to provide that direction to administration, it's certainly something that we could act on.
Thank you for that, councillors. In absence of questions, I think it was, Councillor, or sorry, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I am a little surprised to see this again, because I thought last year we had confirmed that this would be an ongoing matter supported by the municipality. If that is not the case, and if administration requires direction to assist in the manner requested, I'm happy to make that motion. But I am also eager to know what it would take to make this a standing request, so that this group in particular knows that annually the municipality will be engaged in assisting with the World Tree. I thought we had dealt with this a year ago, and I didn't go back to check the minutes though, to figure out why we didn't or how we didn't. But I certainly do favor the immediate response in the affirmative, and a more broad response to make this an annual event. And then finally, and I don't understand exactly why the existing trees are not used and why we have to import a tree to decorate when there are evergreen trees on the corner of that lot already. There might be technical issues why that can't be made to work with existing trees, but in any event, I have full faith and support for those who are engaged, and will be happy to make a motion that secures municipal resources to help this year, and if possible, to make that permanent support.
Thank you. Mr. Given, I think you're going to answer maybe a question from Mayor Ireland before I go to you, Councillor DeMott.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Just to Mayor Ireland's question about why the trees that are there couldn't currently be used. I think the answer, as I understand it, is the intention of the World Tree is to have it at a level where children can participate in decorating the tree. And the trees that are currently in Robson Park are trimmed or cut at such a level that that makes it difficult. Not to say that it's impossible, because there may be other methods of doing that. That's something administration can work with the group on for future years. And so, just to answer that specific question, I think the word that I'd received was that the group appreciates having a tree that has branches low enough that it's easily, at least at that lower level, decorated by children that participate in the event. And administration could work with the group to see what we could do to identify for future years.
I think just to chime in there, sorry, Councillor DeMott, will come to you, but yeah, I have also heard that, Mr. Given, and I would suggest maybe the opportunity to work with finding solutions to that this year. Well, first, a couple things. I just throwing it out there. We can assist in building present-like steps that come up to the height of the branches. That might be an opportunity. So decorate around the tree to get young children high enough to decorate. Because I would just also like put it out there that I've been involved in the cutting and delivering of the tree in the past, and I've lost my #1 guy that assisted me in this task, and I can't volunteer to do it again this year. So I do definitely support the events and the initiative, although the cutting and transporting of the trees is challenging, and I would support it if municipality could assist in that aspect. But yes, I do agree with Mayor Ireland in the suggestion that there are some pretty viable trees there, and the logistics of getting that a tree there every year is they're quite big. Councillor DeMott.
Okay, well, I would like to talk about maybe thinking outside the box a little bit, and I'm not sure if it was presented before, but I know that there have been successes in, let's say, not replanting, but transplanting a semi-mature tree. Like, what could be the opportunity of, digging a hole there, putting the proper infrastructure in to have, future events around the tree, but having a tree that the community can grow with over time, and, understanding that at one point that tree will become really big, depending on what kind of tree we choose. But how about getting something that, we could work with? It's always going to be in the same spot for a while, and that we know that that will be our spot. And I think that some of those trees that are there are great, but they might not be in the ideal location. And I think where we've been placing the cut tree has been an ideal spot. So if we can, work together with other groups and agencies and understanding what the possibility of, kind of doing a one-time thing with something that's a little bit bigger than a seedling, and it grows with us as a community, and children can see that as they grow older, that tree goes, and it's kind of like a naming of a tree, but it becomes Jasper's tree, and we can nurture it and celebrate it, every season. Just an idea.
Definitely support what you're saying, Councillor Demota. I think what may have to come along with that is a discussion on redevelopment of Robson Park, because I think there was discussion of redevelopment plan in years past, and that may or may not be still out there. So we need to have that discussion before locating a tree and planting one for the future, I think. Councillor Demota.
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, that's a good idea, and maybe the Robson Park could be a strategic priority for council now that we've been talking about that. So it could be incorporated, and I look forward to more discussions on it, because I think there's some good things that can come out of this, and I'm sorry that you can't partake in it this year.
Council? Circle back to Mayor Ireland, who I think is willing to make a motion of support, and if not, I could relinquish the chair.
If you would prefer to relinquish the chair and make the motion, I'm happy to assume the chair and entertain your motion, to which perhaps I will wish to add something. But if you have a motion prepared, go ahead, and I will assume the chair. You will be free to make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Well, then I would move that committee direct administration to provide support for the World Tree events from existing resources within their approved 2021 budget, and to sorry, just give me 1 second. And to continue the support into future years. I don't know if we need to continue the support annually.
What I heard you say was, and to direct administration to bring forward a report with recommendations on the best way to provide ongoing support in future years.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yes, that's what I said. I
Well
support
worded.
that.
All right. Thank you. I accept that that is a proper motion before committee of the whole. So two-part, that committee direct administration to provide support to the World Tree for this year within existing budget and resources, and that committee direct administration to bring forward a report with recommendations on the best way to provide ongoing support in future years. Is there any debate on that motion? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and I return the chair to you, but I see that Councillor Demota wishes to make a point of order.
Well, I just wanted to say that next time you need to step down from your chair, relinquish it for whatever reason. As acting deputy, I'd be more than happy to step in and support you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And then moving on to item 8.2 is the RCMP quarterly report. It's on the agenda. Would anybody like to speak to that? Mr. Given.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Very briefly, you'll see that there's a letter from Sergeant Badesi, who has a congratulatory letter, an introductory letter to new council, and so that's there for council's receipt. But also provided for information is the what will be a regular feature of council committee reports on a quarterly basis, where Sergeant Badesi is reporting on some of the statistics from the RCMP detachment. So those are there for council and the community's information. I suppose from an administrative perspective, I would draw council's attention to the establishment. And so that is the last page of Sergeant Badesi's report. does identify that of the 3 established department support positions, there are 2 resources working full-time and 1 on a part-time basis. But with respect to uniformed officers, he identifies that there continues to be a vacancy in the corporal operations position, that there is a process underway to fill that vacancy, but the vacancy, filling that vacancy is being held up by the relocation process. So it sounds as though they have a member that wants to take the position in Jasper, but needs to sell their house wherever they're currently posted. So that would be the kind of thing that I think I would draw council's attention to. If there were items that council ever want to advocate to K Division or to the RCMP on around staffing, or trends within the community, the RCMP reports that we'll be getting on a quarterly basis would give you an opportunity to get a sense of those issues so that you might choose to pick them up in your advocacy efforts. But this is here for information, and I would suggest that a motion to receive for information would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, council, on 8.2?
I'm happy to make a motion to receive the report as information. In so doing, I wonder though whether council might also request administration to confirm with Sergeant Bedesi the basis for the established position number of 9 officers. And I asked that going into AUMA, we may have an opportunity to speak with K Division about policing in our community. And it seems to me that the 9 positions that we have are probably based on a core population of around 5,000 people and do not take into account that our local detachment is required, at least in the summer months and weekends in the winter, to provide policing services for a population which might easily be 10 to 20,000 people that they actually have to police. And so the report indicates that given staff shortages already, Sergeant Bedesi recognizes a reactionary response rather than a proactive response, which is not in the best interests of the community generally. But again, another factor of the fact that in a visitor destination community, so many of our local resources have to go to dealing with the visitor population rather than the residential population. So if council is interested, I would be inclined to ask administration to clarify that issue of the allotted positions with Sergeant Bedesi and provide us that information that we can arm ourselves with when we head off to AUMA next week.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Demona.
Yeah, I just, that brought back to memory a workshop that I attended in 2009 prior to the Olympics. And the RCMP K Division representative engaged members in council members and representatives of their municipalities to discuss, policing and whether our communities were being appropriately staffed. And, we did talk about our shadow population here in Jasper. And, they explained the resources and the costs of sending officers from all over Canada to, help out with the Olympics. And I said, well, you know what, that's a perfect example. So if you consider Jasper and other areas in Alberta that are highly visited in concentrated times as having like mini Olympic types of visitations where you have people coming from all over the world that might take that might need a different approach to public safety. So, and I said, is there an opportunity at least to discuss having some heightened presence in our communities, even though there are other communities that have way bigger crime levels and heavier things to deal with. But, our pitch was at the time, was there an opportunity to get some enhancement, to adjust to those the service needs for our community. And they did go back with that, and I think that we did speak to K Division about it, but I still think it's a relevant argument. It may cost a little bit more money, but you know, that it could be a justification for needing alternate sources of revenue as well, because we do have different demands on our community. So going forward, it could be part of our continued discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Council or Mayor Ireland? You did make a motion, or you will make a motion?
I did make a motion that council receive the report as information, and I will add to that and direct administration to inquire of Sergeant Badesi the calculation of the number of established positions in Jasper.
Yeah, thank you. I support that. I think, Council, do you understand the question? I'll call the question. All in favor? None opposed. Motion's carried. That brings us to agenda item 10, council representation on various boards, upcoming meetings. We'll put it out there to council. Have you been busy? Councillor Gallerambi.
Councillor Demota and I last Friday attended the Community Features Board of Directors meeting, and Councillor Demota will be sitting on the IRC committee. I have been contacted by Evergreens. I will be attending on November 30th, the night of, till December 2nd in orientation for that board. And also the orientation for Community Futures Board will be December 2nd and 3rd.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I sat in on a adult community conversation last week, and tomorrow evening is my first library board meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you. Tonight I have my first board meeting with the Jasper Yellowhead Historical Society, and I'll report on that next time we're together.
Thank you. Councillor Demota.
Well, I've been assigned to the legislative committee, and I'm just wondering if we can get some information from administration on what that entails, because I understand that this would be my second year, maybe third, and in the time that you were on that committee, Councillor Wilson, it had never met. So I think that we should address the purpose and direction that committee needs, and because I think that there might be some relevance in things coming forward. Now, having said that, I've been assigned to the environmental responsibility community conversations, and I haven't seen anything come forward from that yet. And I'm just wondering where that needs to be, the design needs to be set up, or the framework or structure to get that done, and when we discuss about planning those conversations, when they're going to take place, at what time, and if that's within the legislative committee, then the sooner we can meet, the better.
I think we'll have to call on Mr. Given or Mr. Don to assist you in that question.
I will, and you know what? That doesn't need to be done or said today. We just need to do some work on that, and I just wanted to address it now because it came to mind. Didn't want to corner anybody.
Please, Mr. Don.
I don't see Mr. Given coming on. I'm happy to provide some answers as I see them. In terms of the environmental responsibility community conversation that was formalized through the approval of the policy with the previous council in the last few months. And I think getting the budget allocation in place and the resources in place to get those happening in 2022 is my understanding of where Mrs. Riddell and Mr. Given are at and in outlining that. And so it's not only for environmental responsibility, but it's the new focus areas, right? So implementation of that policy with budget or resource allocations upcoming as part of the budget discussions. And then as far as the legislative committee, that was an ad hoc committee, I believe is how it was formed. I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, and we met a few times, and then workloads and different things happened, and so there hasn't been a regular process for that. And I think also it ties into the policy priority discussion that council had earlier and how we address those and which ones come first. And committee of the whole is also a venue where we can discuss changes to policies. And so we've approved policies and bylaws in the last little while, but it has happened through committee of the whole. So I sort of see those two as not being interchangeable. If there's more detail oriented work that could be advanced at legislative committee, which then gets recommended forward to committee of the whole, I believe would be the intent. I think as we move forward on reviewing some of our outdated policies, there might be a purpose for legislative committee, but again, I think it probably needs to be established in a more formal manner if we wish to see it moving forward. So our discussions on boards and committees are not quite completed yet, would be my closing comments on that one.
I agree. And now, like if now that I have your ear just for a second, it's been asked of me recently, like who decides on the committee, what constitutes the importance of a committee and or a councillor assignment to a committee or board. And you know, my answer was council. But you know, what would be the process if somebody had an idea for a committee that might be relevant, you know, to the municipality and have council representation on it? What should be the first step if someone had that inquiry?
I can speak to that, Councillor Demota, through Deputy Mayor Wilson. My recommendation would be that that should get raised at committee so that council, among all 7 of you, can have a discussion about council workload, the relevancy of the committee, and how the committee would interact with the existing committees of council. So I would suggest the first step of that would be raising it with either at the, if it was coming from a council member, raising it through the strategic planning session or with council colleagues at a committee meeting. If it was coming from a community member, they could certainly write to council and have an item come through correspondence, and then council would have an opportunity to discuss among themselves whether they saw relevancy for the proposed committee, and again, also keeping in mind council workload as well.
I couldn't have gotten a clearer answer if I tried. So thank you very much. That was perfect.
Okay, great. I think that's everything for, oh, sorry, Mayor Ireland.
Sorry, I was a bit slow on the draw. I just wanted to confirm that Friday last, November 5th, I spoke at the No Stone Left Alone Remembrance Day. Well, not exactly Remembrance Day, but the remembrance of No Stone Left Alone at the cemetery. And that was attended by Councillor Waxer and Councillor Melnick. And just for the record, the initiative started in Edmonton. It has now spread globally, but Jasper was the second location outside of Edmonton to ever engage in No Stone Left Alone. And Friday's turnout, both from primarily grade 8 students in both schools in Jasper and members of the public, was really rewarding. There was a good crowd out there. Of course, it was pretty nice fall weather to make that possible, but a really good event, and happy to be part of that in Jasper.
That's great to hear. Thank you. Anything further? We're moving on to upcoming events. Agenda item 11, we have November 11th, Remembrance Day, and there is an event at the Cenotaph at 10:30 a.m. Oh, Mayor Ireland, point of order.
I believe, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that we did not deal with the motion action list, which is wanting for a motion, and I'm not sure whether there are any changes to it. Mr. Given could discuss that, but typically at this meeting, we would have a motion with respect to the motion action list.
Thank you. Yes, I totally skipped over that one. So just circling back to agenda item 9, motion action list. Just the motion action list attached to the agenda.
Yes, and thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson and Mayor Ireland, for that catch. We would suggest that the committee receive the motion action list for information. Council, you will see that this is a listing of past council direction to administration. This helps us keep track of where those items are at and report back to council on our progress or when council can expect to see those items returned to the council table. I can report that right now we are on track for any items that were intended to be delivered in November of this year. So they would be delivered on the November 30th council meeting. And other than that, there are no changes at this time to the list.
Thank you for that, Mr. Melnick, or Councillor Melnick.
Thank you. So this being the motion action list, for the benefit of new councillors, parking report will not appear in this because it does not require a motion, or should that appear on this list as well?
Deputy Mayor Wilson, there are the odd sort of little cases where an item was wrapped up and delivered by administration with the expectation that there was more work to come. As administration reported previously, we were already directed by council to bring a wrap-up report at the conclusion of the project. All of the other paid parking items had been concluded. That's the last piece of work, and so I think that item was sort of attached to some of the others. Administration can report that we will be bringing that paid parking final wrap-up report on the 30th.
So Deputy Mayor Wilson, when that report comes, I take it that we'll have a chance to debate and make recommendations for changes for the summer of 2022. And that is when that appropriate motion might occur after we see the report.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, to Councillor Melnick. Yes, so the report will contain both the review of how this season went, feedback from residents and other stakeholders, all the data, and administration in there will be making some recommendations for changes to the program for the 2022 year. So all of those will be contained in the final report, and in essence, committee will have the opportunity to vote those recommended changes up or down. But as I reflected earlier, administration does have to make some incorporation of paid parking one way or another in the budget. And so we will be talking in a very early form at the budget discussion about those recommendations. You'll see that we have incorporated revenue from paid parking in the budget. The budget documents will give you some advanced look at what those recommendations are likely to look like, with the full details to be presented in the context of that final report on November 30th.
Thank you, Mr. Givens. I appreciate that clarification.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and I thank Councillor Melnick for raising that question with respect to paid parking. Similar to that, Mr. Given, a final report with respect to private use of public space. Is that something that we can also expect either in November or at some subsequent time? That too seems to me to be just a small loose end that we could expect to come back to the council table shortly.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, to Mayor Ireland's question. Mayor Ireland, that one I suppose is tightly intertwined in some people's minds, at least with paid parking. But I can say that there was no previous to my recollection, and I will go back and check the record, but to my recollection, there wasn't any previous council direction asking administration to come back with additional information on the commercial use of public space. So if there weren't, then administration, I would operate under the assumption that our existing bylaw is still the direction of council. We did have discussion about the rate that might be charged for that commercial use of public space. Council gave direction for the 2021 year, and I suppose taken broadly, there was no sort of conclusion on what it should be for future years. And so in that context, council might have reasonably expected administration to come forward, but it does not show on the motion action list because there hadn't been previous council direction on it. And this is exactly why we maintain this list, because if there's an item that council is expecting to see that just hadn't quite gotten formalized, now would be an appropriate time to make that motion to add it to the motion action list so it doesn't get missed. And so, Mayor Ireland, if that's an item that you feel that there's a desire from council to see something coming back, then I think now would be a very appropriate time for a committee to give administration that direction and by asking us to add that item to the motion action list.
Well, thank you for that response. That certainly adds some clarity, and I may not have an entirely accurate recollection, but my recollection is that in the spring of this year, council agreed to extend what we would call patio seating into the parking lane in a fashion similar to what we had done in 2020. That is a bit of a pilot project. And so whether or not there was a direction that there be any final report to council may be something that slipped past us. But in any event, from a commercial perspective, I think the sooner the business sector knows whether or not there will be changes to that program, the better for them. I think last year we didn't get around to a continuation until April, which is very late in the season for businesses to be making plans. So if there is a need, perceived need among councillors to address that again and make some decisions early, then I would welcome it coming back on if the intention is that it is an ongoing issue because we changed the bylaw and administration is happy to continue it that way until further notice. Then maybe that's the answer that everybody needs. But in any event, I leave it out there. There should be clarity for those who are most impacted by that decision.
Yeah, I would support you, Mayor Ireland, in bringing this conversation back. I think businesses are looking to the municipality for further direction and commitment on, will this be an ongoing thing? Can we invest in our patios? Can we, how are we going to operate in the future? And again, sorry, Mr. Given, I'll get to you, but we do need to have this conversation, quite quickly in the new year. We are where we were in April because we had the conversation too late, and I think we got to get that back on the agenda. So, sorry, Mr. Given.
Well, I guess for council's decision making and consideration, I can report that if no other direction were forthcoming from council, my intention would be to continue the program and revise the program based on feedback from businesses and to collaborate with Parks Canada, because they certainly do have a role in some of this. But we've already had some of those early discussions. So, for council to decide if you wanted to stop doing the program, you would have to tell me so, because otherwise I would continue to offer the program in accordance with the bylaw that is currently on the books, but with some revisions to improve its utility. And those revisions would come just as a normal course of business and from feedback from stakeholders like the Chamber of Commerce and others. So I would suggest that if council wants the program to continue, you don't need to take any action. If council wanted to suggest specific revisions to the program, you would need to take some action. If council wanted to discontinue the program, you would need to take some action. But if you want administration to handle the program, continue to implement it, and get it going as quickly as possible for business owners, that is direction that you don't need to give, because that's the course that we were already on as administration.
Councillor Demota.
Well, I certainly see the need to keep the conversation at a level of priority, because of it does affect people and business in the community. And we also will have some emerging changes with the direction Parks Canada wants to take with their understanding of how things should be, and because they have jurisdiction over land use and planning, there's going to be some trickle effects on how we want to move forward as well.
Is the is it still a pilot project? Because I think that's the concern over in the business community. Go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson. So from a municipal perspective, my interpretation, and again, this is only my interpretation, was that prior to my arrival, council had on the books a commercial use of public space bylaw. And so I interpreted that to mean that as the municipal manager, the authority to regulate that was delegated to administration by virtue of that bylaw. And I will continue to apply that using my discretion and basing it on the feedback of stakeholders. There is a complication because Parks Canada, of course, also has a view when it comes to development permitting for certain styles of construction, as well as the conformance of any of the developments to the architectural motif. Obviously, as a municipality, we don't have control over that. We are looking to work closely and have been working closely with Parks Canada. But from my perspective, the bylaw existed before. And in that bylaw, it directs the authority to the municipal administration to operate the program. And unless council wanted to rescind the bylaw, change the bylaw, or discontinue the program, I would just continue to operate within the bounds of the bylaw that's on the books. Again, recognizing that we'd be making revisions and improvements to the program reflective of stakeholder feedback. But again, nothing that would change the fundamental nature of the bylaw and the authorities that are granted under it.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I think it's important in this discussion that we also recognize that the paid parking or the parking bylaw or parking initiative that'll go for next year, these two topics are interrelated, and I would suggest that we approach both because they're complementary and they're also conflicting. We approach both of these at the same time so that we have a clear direction for administration, clear direction for the community, and also recognition of revenue potential, taking both of these two items into account. Every time we take a parking stall out of the inventory for a restaurant seat, there's a revenue implication. So I'm hoping that can come back to us in the new year in such a way that we can look at both.
Councillor Demota.
I know it's painful. Hey, one more hand goes up and it's like, oh, it's another 5-10 minutes of conversation. I apologize. Like, I want to get this moving as much as you do. And that's why I counsel one of my things today. And I think that shaved off at least half an hour. So having said that, Mr. Given's right. And I think just the ambiguity and in the community of understanding it, the sidewalk seating and retail space was an extension within the street and public space use permit, I guess, or just the commercial use of public space bylaw. And because that was an extension, it wasn't considered a permanent thing, and we committed to it on a year-by-year basis, I believe, when COVID started. So if the extension of that needs to be continued, then I think there's got to be a desire there to like not extend it, but the authority does lie within administration.
Councillor Keller-Ampe.
The outdoor space bylaw, if I recollect, was brought into place when we started the farmers market. And when this pilot project came up, we used that bylaw to get it started. It was a pilot project, and last year we did talk about it going for the second year as a pilot project. And then with the shutdown, some of the changes that were meant to take place never got taken place. And we did talk as a council about bringing it back to review at the end of this program to either make it go forward full-time or what we were going to do with that project. And we did talk about how it would blend with the paid parking. So that's my recollection, because when we made the public use of open spaces, at that time, the outdoor seating was never part of that. But in order to move it forward, the outdoor seating, when we just went partway out the 7 meters on the pavement, that was part of it. But when we extended it into larger areas like out on the parking area, that part was the pilot project. So we did talk about coming back to that. So I think it's important that we do review.
Yeah, I'd entertain a motion to direct to administration, or it's food for thought, and we can think on it, and we can direct administration after the fact for upcoming meeting to bring it up. How does everybody feel? Let's just, Mayor Ireland, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was simply going to suggest that because it is tied in some respects to paid parking, and because paid parking will be back on the agenda later this month, I am certainly content to leave it that way. We can decide at that time whether there is a need for a specific inclusion on another budget for on another agenda for a report with respect to commercial use of public space. But we can have this discussion at the end of the month in the context of paid parking in any event. So I'm quite content to leave it as it is.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you. So that is the motion action list. I would entertain motion to accept the motion action list. Let's go. Councillor Keller-Ampe, make that motion. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Councillor Demoda.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I was grateful to get one of these mugs, these drink mugs in our councillor packages, because I have this with a steel straw, metal straw in here throughout the council meetings. And I am long-winded, but these do go long, and I recommend having these because you're actually forced to drink while it's next to you. So make some use out of them.
That was a yerba mate straw. Okay, moving on to upcoming events. So we covered November 11th, Remembrance Day, ceremony at the Cenotaph at 10:30. November 13th, the mess dinner at the Royal Canadian Legion. I think Councillor Hall may be attending. November 14th through 16th, there's a Municipal 101 course in Edmonton. And anybody attending, I think, has received an email with the specifics. November 17th through 19th is AUMA conference, with all that's tied to that. And November 22nd and 23rd are the public budget presentations. We have location to be determined currently. Administration, want to talk further on that? We're just kind of waiting to find out what the restrictions are at that point. Can we expect that it is Zoom? We'll just expect that it's Zoom, and then maybe we would get to do it in person. I think we've tired administration out. They've gone MIA. January 12th through 14th. Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, certainly not MIA. Just would respect the fact that the decision to meet in Zoom or in person, we would leave to council's discretion.
Is there discussion on that today, or shall we play that one by ear? So November 22nd, 23rd, council, do we see an opportunity to do this in person, or shall we continue Zoom protocol? Anyway, food for thought. We'll talk about it. Councillor Melnick?
Regarding the budget presentations, I think for clarity with the residents, we should probably make a decision that we should do it on Zoom. And then if we can welcome people to the library, that we do that. But I think for clarity for the public to know how to engage, we should make that announcement sooner rather than later.
I agree. Anybody see any challenges with that? We'll stick to Zoom, I think, for the budget meetings at this point. Okay, Mayor Ireland.
Just because this meeting should never end, I might suggest that this could be an opportunity to trial again the hybrid attempts that we tried earlier. I don't know whether what was it called, the OWL is any better trained now than it was before, but an opportunity for council to meet in person with directors, but also provide a real-time Zoom link to the public might be an appropriate opportunity to see whether we can get back to a functional process that marries both the ability to speak to our community electronically, but meet in person. I think it presents that sort of an opportunity, but I throw that out only as a suggestion rather than all of one or all of the other. We could marry the two options, I think.
I think the one challenge there is if certain councillors were to Zoom in and some were in person. I think Councillor Keller MP may be away and need to Zoom in. So that, I think that might be challenging if we're trying to operate all the whole deal. Councillor Keller MP?
I will be away. I'll be in Edmonton. My husband's having a medical surgery that Monday. So I definitely will be away Monday. I may be back in person Tuesday night, but I don't know that yet.
Councillor Demona?
Yeah, I think there might be some challenges, like the challenges for meeting on Zoom. There might be people in the community that aren't set up that might want to engage, but at the same time, provincial protocols and just a matter of council and the municipality having certain regulations and things in place. It seems like a little bit to set up. And last week, when I look at last week's agenda, there's no TBA on there. And once again, like I think because it's being presented now as an option or an opportunity, I think it'll be rushed, and I would like to have more time and give administration more time physically and mentally to prepare for that. So I'm not saying it's not doable, but again, it's just kind of like one of these Friday surprises.
Councillor Melnick?
Well, again, going back for clarity, I am more than happy to meet with the owl, who I have never met. Understanding that this would be a good opportunity to have us perhaps engage with the public. So I think administration needs some direction to be able to prepare, test, and be able to advise us where we're going to be so that we can get the participation that we want.
Councillor Keller.
I'm happy if everybody wants to meet in person with the owl. I can always zoom in. Councillor McGrath has done it in the past when we met with the owl, and she zoomed in. So I think it can work for both. And if I'm back on Tuesday, I will be happy to attend in person.
Okay. Well, consensus. Do you have consensus on? We want to. Well, we could try the first night out in person, and if all goes awry, we can abandon it and go back to Zoom. But go ahead, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I think in fairness to administration, although Mr. Given said they were looking for direction, I would ask Mr. Given directly on behalf of administration, is it realistic to attempt a hybrid solution at this stage, or are we still so concerned about technical efficiencies that it would be a disservice to the public?
Deputy Mayor Wilson, to Mayor Ireland's question, from an administrative perspective, we're comfortable moving with a hybrid fashion. Council, may wish to do that first in the context of a committee of the whole meeting rather than one of the most important meetings that you have at the start of your term. So my suggestion, although it's not technical, is that we won't have an opportunity to trial the mixed medium method using the OWL system. We probably would be better served and better serve the community by going with this format of Zooms that everybody is familiar with. And then we can try out and improve our technical chops going forward, and maybe in the context of a committee, regular council meeting or a committee of the whole meeting, where maybe the stakes are a little bit lower and where the public's interest in hearing budget firsthand and having all that clarity can be protected in interest. Because I think we have good experience with Zoom. I wouldn't suggest trialing new technology on your budget meetings as the first preference. But again, I leave that to council's discretion.
I agree with that. Councillor Roxer, nodding her head, Demota. Okay, so I think we'll stick with Zoom for these meetings, and then hopefully we'll get back to meetings in person here pretty soon. Right. So usually the upcoming events we kind of blaze through. So that's public budget presentations. The last one is January 12th through 14th. We have strategic planning session, and location is to be determined. Moving on to item 12. Mayor Ireland, adjournment.
Sorry about that, Deputy Mayor Wilson, but not on the list is a general meeting of the Chamber of Commerce, which I understand is at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow by way of Zoom. I know that I got an email yesterday from Mrs. Pavlov to that effect. And if you check, I can circulate that to council. The Zoom link is embedded in the message for those who might want to attend the general meeting at 8:30 a.m. by Zoom.
Great, thank you. Good addition. Well, now we're moving on to agenda item 12, adjournment. I have a motion. Councillor Demota. Make the motion to adjourn at 2:53 p.m. Call the question. All in favor? There's none opposed. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for the meeting. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.